live. At least I think we are. I'll have to double check here and make sure we're live. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I think I'm up too high, down too low over here, right? Let's put that up a little bit. Let me see if I can find us live. And of course, it doesn't show it live. Where are we here? I'm going to have to look it up again. For some reason, it's doing that one more time. Weirdly, I don't know why. Brooke was right. Got to go find it, click on it, go over here, and it doesn't show that we're live. No, that's someone else's. That's weird. Right? Okay, I don't know why it's doing that. Now it's showing that we're live, weirdly. So I don't know what's going on with that. Showing a weird video in there too to figure that out. Okay. All right, we're live. That's good. Welcome, 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 welcome. Smash those hearts, champions. Got to figure out why the video was showing me what it was showing me on the screen, like someone else's. It was like someone else's profile or something. I think it was just because you know how they don't click over right away when you do that. Right, yeah, see, and it's fine over here. So I don't know what the deal was over there when it was doing that. Okay, so welcome everybody, right? Hop in here. Oops. Now I'm over here clicking buttons on my phone. Shouldn't be doing that. All right, welcome. We're back. I'm back live. Well, we were off for lunch because Brooke was here. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I didn't check the video, make sure there was not a echo, because sometimes it does it. Let me turn back on the sound here. Okay, good. We're good. At least it seems like it. All right. So welcome, welcome everybody, right? Ask me your spiritual questions. You see it up here on the screen. Ask me your spiritual questions. We'll get right back into what we were talking about before. Smash those hearts for me so we can get some more people in here, and we'll go right back to what we were talking about. For those of you who were here, hopefully you guys, some of you guys come popping back in, right? Something hanging off my ear over here. Okay. So when you guys pop back in, we'll get going right where we left off. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right. Okay. So when we left, I had to get off here because my wife came home for lunch. It's lunchtime because I'm over here in New South Wales, Australia, and it is now 3:38 p.m. in the afternoon of the 4th of March. Okay. So one of the things that I haven't figured out, I was talking to you guys about that, and I forgot to ask my wife about it when she was here for lunch. One of the things we're trying to figure out was some of the things that people were talking about for, it's supposed to be happening in 2026, quite possibly now in 2026, which would be today. Let me look on the calendar, which would be today, because today for you guys over there is the full moon. So it will be still probably full, but last night was the lunar eclipse, right? So a lot of people were talking about, there was a video that was on, I think it was Sean Ryan's show, but I don't know when it was. I just saw the clip and they were talking about something that was supposed to happen in 2026 where the Sphinx, which used to be a lion's head before they recarved it to a pharaoh's head, which is facing east, was supposed to line up with Leo, which right now the Sphinx is facing east and Leo is southeast right now. Okay. So I don't know if it's supposed to be due east or what, but the Sphinx is facing east, of course, and Leo is now rising at night. And so I'm going to look into today after I get off the live. I was going to do it at lunch and forgot, right? That they're saying that in prophecy that the Sphinx is supposed to be looking east and Leo is supposed to come up in the night sky. I think, I don't know if it's the morning or night, but they're saying in 2026. So in 2026, the only place where Leo is going to be coming up in the sky will not be at night. It'll be, or it will not be in the day. It'll be at night, which is happening now because I was watching it last night. I'm in New South Wales, Australia, and we were looking at it last night, and the moon coming up with Leo coming up right behind the moon, and that's actually facing east where the sun was, or the moon was coming up. So I saw that video and didn't think about it last night while it was happening until we were watching the blood moon with the lunar eclipse last night, which we got some pictures of, but I didn't post online. My wife has them on her phone, and I remember that video that we were watching where it was some guy on Sean Ryan's show, and he was talking about somebody, like he was talking to aliens or somebody, and they were telling him a female. I didn't get to catch the whole thing, so I'm gonna have to find the guy and look on Sean Ryan's show and find the guy who it was and watch that part, which I'll be researching in the next couple of days. However, I did remember that when I was looking at the map of the sky, look at, because we were looking at the constellations, because when we were out there we were looking at the moon and we saw that Orion was over here, and we were looking for Scorpio and trying to figure out where Scorpio was. Well, I'm not familiar with Australia because I've only been here for 5 months, so I'm still trying to figure that out. And so I asked my wife, and she said, I'm pretty sure it's either over here or it's down below the horizon. And I said, well, we could look it up. And she said, I think because of everything's turned the way it is, and Orion is over here now and it's upside down. She said, I think it's down below the horizon. I said, okay, well, I didn't know what was there, and I was trying to figure out what was there. It was Leo that we were looking at. So I went online, I looked at a globe and was moving it around, and Leo is rising, but I'm not sure if it was rising at night or if it was during the day. I think it was at night. So I'm going to have to go back and do some research, because I saw this video where this guy said that he was told that the Sphinx looking, which used to be a lion until they recarved it to the face it is now, looking east, was set there so that later on in the future, which the Sphinx we now know was more than likely built at least 40,000 years ago, and quite possibly even further back than that, as far back as 70,000 years ago, according to Robert Schoch and according to Matthew LaCroix. So Matt LaCroix and Robert Schoch have both been looking at it, and they're on their way back to Cairo, by the way. So they're going to be looking at some things there with the Sphinx and all of that. So they may know what I know, and if that's the case, then it's not today, or maybe it is today and they're over there. Okay. So I'm going to look into that to find out if they are, because if they are, it's because there's prophecy that Leo is going to rise in the horizon. And when it does, the Sphinx is going to be looking right at Leo, and Leo, the part of Leo that they're talking about, and I don't remember the exact part, but that part that they're talking about is usually blue, and it's supposed to turn red. So now we have the opposite of the Kachina. Okay, so Three Eye Atlas did what the blue Kachina was talking about, where it went around the sun and it had a red contrail that turned blue, and everybody saw that. So that is the prophecy of the blue Kachina. And she said that later on in the future, way a long time from now, she was going to return and her light would be bright in the sky as a star, and it would go from red to blue, and that everybody would know about it and everybody would be seeing it, right? So Three Eye Atlas seems to have checked off all the boxes to be that, because when we looked it up online to find out how often that happens, especially if the contrail goes in the wrong direction, and how often that has happened on the Earth at any one given time, less than 5, like 3 times ever. In astronomy, are they aware of that thing happening, and have it going with its contrail flipping to the wrong direction and then going from red to blue has never happened before, and that has to do with Kachina. So now we have Leo rising with the Sphinx that was designed to look for this event in the night sky thousands of years after they foretold it, that it was going to happen, and that this planet that is blue turns red. So we have a star that went from red to blue and everybody saw it. Now a star that goes from blue to red, right? There can't be a coincidence of that. And both of those are supposed to be ushering in the age of Aquarius, the feminine. We know that's happening already, right? We know that we're in Baktun 13, not Baktun 12. So we know that stuff's going on, okay? If Creator is asleep, how do we know what he wants? Because you and me, that's a really good question, by the way. I can't pass that one up. Because you and me and everybody else, we are actually the creator. So that's one of the things that you have to realize, that we are actually the mind of the creator. Everything that is happening is the collective consciousness of the creator. So we are at the very, very least inside one brain cell of the creator. At the very, very highest range, we are actually the consciousness of the creator becoming. So when we decide and figure out what we become, the creator will figure out what it is becoming, or what they are becoming. Okay. And that was foretold by many different prophets who came here, many different people, the last of which was Jesus, when he was talking about that. And he said, and you can look that up in Matthew, and he said that, I tell you truly that the Lord said, what you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. Meaning, what we do, as below, so above, not as above, so below. So we are the thought process in the brain cell, in the brain of the sleeping creator. Okay. So that would be what is looking like is playing out. The fact that when they take one radial image of the brain cell and take a picture of it, and the universe itself, they're identical, right? You can find that online. I put that in my podcast, if you go to Orion Rising, the podcast, and you go back to where there's, go to the MP4 version on YouTube on Leonard O'Neill 1067, go there and watch the videos that have the actual beginning of Orion Rising, because I haven't done it now for about a month or two since I've been on here, okay? Since I've been on TikTok. I started going live on TikTok and finished doing the Corpus Hermeticum was the last thing that I did. No, I'm sorry, the Emerald Tablets of Thoth. Then I came on here. So if you go and look at the opening credits to my podcast, you'll see all the sacred geometry Matthew LaCroix is putting on his video that he did in his interview with the one that was just with Will John. If you look at that, you'll see the same images, not the exact ones, but mostly the same images of the sacred geometry of the Fibonacci sequence and the golden mean ratio that I put up on my podcast. He's also talking about showing it in nature, and that the ancients were aware of what I'm aware of, what he's aware of, and what so many others are aware of. Okay. And there's a picture of a radio image of the one single brain cell and the radio image of the universe itself, showing that it's identical. Okay. So it appears that from the creation stories, we're in the mind of the creator. So we are the creator, and what we think, right? What we think is what we become. So our focus determines our reality, and as we become, so too does the creator. All right. So we have the ability to figure out who we and what we are. We're supposed to be becoming something, and because the creator is trying to figure out what it is, this is the scenario that's happening for us. We're trying to figure out what we are, and we're going through the motions of living from nothingness all the way back up to that's our voyage that each one of us are on, is our upward spiral to the creator. Okay. Account, that's a good name, right? What's up, my friend? Any advice for focusing energy from active conflicting thoughts? Yes, you just have to get control of that. That's through meditation. It's almost like I bait myself into coming back into a lower mind. That's what happens. Your ego does that. Look up the ego and what it does. Your ego does that. This place kind of does it, and then the external hard drive, the external ego that is all of the narcissists and their plan for this place, which is focus your reality onto what they want you to manifest. They're doing the same thing and pulling you back down into third dimensional reality. So they have you dropping back down into this place at all cost. Look over here, look over there, look over here. What do you want? Whatever you want, it's on the internet. We'll give it to you. You want women? You want men? You want boys? You want girls? What do you want? You want money? You want power? You want fame? You want education? You want sport? What do you want? It's there. Whatever it is, it's there for you to look at. It's on all of the channels that you get on television. It's online. You can click on it. And then, of course, they get your attention onto that. And then guess what happens? The algorithm that's on there caters to you, and you end up going down the algorithm, and you're on the internet. Next thing you know, you go, wow, I've been sitting here for like 2 hours. I've been sitting here for 3 hours. I've been sitting here for 4 hours. It's designed to keep your attention, just like AI now is designed to keep your attention, right? So you got to figure that stuff out, right? JD, thank you. Catch you later. All right, JD, peace. Right? Okay. So smash those hearts. And so when I was online, and we had this as a learning platform, but the algorithm that is this platform that is TikTok said, we noticed that your topic wasn't exactly what you said your topic was. And I was like, well, no, it was learning, right? So I changed it to news and events. So that's going to get a bunch of trolls in here, unfortunately. So the next time I'll see because they won't let me just put in what I want, spirituality, because that's illegal in communist countries. So they don't have a spiritual or religious thing for me to click on to talk about spirituality, right? So they're forcing me to talk about food or something else. And maybe they're doing that so that whenever I speak, if I don't talk about current events, then they can go, well, that's still not that. And eventually they'll go, you don't fit here, because I won't use the right words on the right thing that they like. So today in the news around the world, some shit happened. Okay, Donald Trump, Iran, Albanese, and the Jews. Okay, there we go. So we got that out of the way. Now we qualify for the news. So they can't say that I didn't talk about the news, right? I, I see I've been in that loop recently. Thanks. Well, that happens. I always say this account, I always say that the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Your ego is designed to try and keep you here. Okay. You have to realize that. You should look up the ego and the properties of that archetype that you get from that negative side of do what thou wilt. And stealing and lying and cheating and all of that, and do anything that you want to do, and you're the greatest in the world, or it says you're useless and nothing, and whatever it needs that is negative to keep your attention, and it'll keep you in this place. Okay. Well, it's mentioned here. We know why. Laugh out loud, right? I don't watch the news. I don't either. I tune in, like I'll see stuff online, or I'll go if there's something going on and I find out from stuff on whatever TikTok or whatever platform, then I'll go and actually search that and go to the news agencies, and then I'll turn that on. All right, what's going on in the world? Okay, good. I watched the soap opera for an hour and a half. I don't even watch that long. For a little bit, Brooke and I'll do that in the morning. Sometimes we'll talk to the nest over here and have it tell us what's going on, and it gives us periodicals from, because we're over here in New South Wales, Australia. So we get the Australian news and we'll listen to that. So while we're drinking coffee for about 20 minutes, we'll listen to what's going on and go, okay, got the gist of it, and we'll wait for the cliffhanger and then move on. Right. So, who is they? Oh, well, I say they because the creator of the universe is not a male monotheistic white dude or Egyptian dude wearing a toga with a beard sitting on a throne. So I can't say he. I shouldn't say she, because the creator is not a masculine or feminine, male or female. The creator is androgynous, both, because the creator is perfect balance. So the only vernacular today that's accepted is if I say they, or if I said they, them, like over in the United States, they would be like, oh, they, them, good, woohoo, that's progressive communism all the way. So, you know what I mean? So I say they because we don't know what the creator is. And down here, this low on the totem pole, first step where we're conscious, where we're self-aware, we can't know what the creator is becoming. So if I say creator or source, some people think I'm trying to teach them a religion. And if I say God, people immediately assume I'm talking about a religion, because the biggest four and almost every religion refers to these things called gods. Do you see? It's a face for the collective's shadow/mirror, right? So what were you saying, Jack? What did you say before that? It's all the divine drama. Yeah, see, I mean, if you want to look at it that way, you can, right? I'm in New South Wales, so am I. I'm in Woy Woy. Where are you at in New South Wales? So literally, yeah, you have to look at that, right? Kitty Jack. I love that name. That's funny. I am source. Laugh out loud. We're moving into a higher frequency. You are source. Laugh out loud. So am I. This is all happening in your mind and mine. I am not in the universe. The universe is in me. Where is that? Penrith? I've heard the name. I don't know where that is. I'll have to look that up. See where that is. Yeah, I'd have to look on the map to find out where that is. Jared said Grafton, right? Grafton. I don't know where that is either. I'll have to look it up. I'm new here. I'm from the United States, but I'm married, so I'm over here, married to my wife, who is Australian, who grew up here. So I don't know all of the I don't know all the landscape yet and all the different names. So I'd have to look that up on the map and see where that is. Near Coffs Harbor. That's about as, yeah, right. Yeah. No, I don't know where that stuff is. And I'm sure by my accent, you can tell that I'm not from Australia, right? Was not born in Australia. But I'm glad to be here. I like this country. The people here are a lot better. They're not so aggressive and annoying as over. I'm going to look up Grafton here. See what that is. See how far away you are. You're not too far away, right? Let me see here. Yeah, you're like a couple hundred clicks, right? Let me see how far that is if I hit the directions. Whoops, I hit the wrong button here. Let's see how far that is. That's 551 kilometers. You're further away than I thought. Okay. But, I mean, we're still in the same province anyway, right? So, is Sydney, is that what you're saying? Oh, it is Sydney. I didn't know that. Is that like one of the little small cities inside of Sydney. Is that what that is, or is that just another name for it? I'll look that up, right? Because I know that like I come from a place where sometimes you have like I was over in Sacramento, California, and in that area of Sacramento, um, Penrith says that it's outskirts, so the same thing. Like I was in the city of Sacramento is the capital of California, and I was in Carmichael, which is a suburb of so that's a suburb of Sydney, right? And Sydney is big enough to where it comes all the way out there, right? Yeah, it's a suburb. Okay, so you know what's funny about that is you know where that word comes from? Burb, right? The burbs. Burb comes from that's the Latin word for city or town. Actually, it's a Latin word for town. So we say suburb. Burb means city. Suburb means small city, town. Though it's actually Latin, right? And so we say out in the burbs. We say right. I'm an hour and a half from Sacramento. Yeah, no, Sacramento, California, United States. Yes, there is a Sacramento over here. I was saying that I was in Sacramento, California, which is the capital of California. There's Sacramento everywhere. I've noticed that as you travel the world, you find out that all of these people who were, in fact, from Europe renamed everything all around the world with the same European names, right? I realized that as I came over here to Australia that was the way it was. You guys have a lot of the names over here that we have over there, and I noticed that all the states in the union, like I was born in the city of Walnut Creek in California, and I grew up in the city of Concord, right? The city of Concord in the United States. There's like 100 or more cities across the United States called Concord from overseas, just like New Orleans, New Orleans, right? Orleans, France. We have New Orleans over in Louisiana. So they just recycle. I was born in Concord. See, there you go. So yeah, so isn't that crazy, right? Or are you saying, Charles, you were born in Concord, California, Concord, Australia, right? Believe in the Lord. Believe in the Lord Jesus, and you will be saved by the what? By the grace of God through faith in Jesus. Yeah, if you're indoctrinated, right? Elk Grove. Oh, wait a minute. You're talking about over in the United States. I lived right by Elk Grove. I lived in Carmichael, right by Elk Grove, Concord, California, right next to Clayton. I lived in Clayton at one point. I lived in Concord. I lived downtown Concord off Willow Pass. By if you go down Willow Pass, you know where the big C used to be. I don't know how old you are. I lived on the other side of what used to be Fry's there by Ellis Lake and Mount Diablo. I went to Mount Diablo. I missed the mountain. I have it tattooed on my arm. Look, let me show you. No word of a lie. Let's see if we can get it up here on the screen. Look right here, guys. Those of you who know, look, here it is. Mount Diablo tattooed on my arm. Can you see that? Mount Diablo tattooed on my arm. You're 66. Okay, so you remember Big C probably then from California. I grew up over there in Concord. I was born in Walnut Creek, grew up in Concord, my friend, when it was a half a horse town. When you were there, you were older than me. I'm 58, so you're older than me. Right? I miss Mount Diablo so much. I was just talking to my wife about that. I said the next time we go to the United States, I have to take you to Mount Diablo so that we can drive up to the top of Mount Diablo and look around at the world from the top and look through the binoculars. I said you can see the Golden Gate Bridge on a clear day in San Francisco from over there. Morgan Territory Road. Yeah, brother, you are from there. Marsh Creek and Morgan Territory. You'd have to look those up, but those references no one would even notice unless you're from that area to know Morgan Creek and Marsh Creek and Morgan Territory. Only people from that area know those roads. Because if you weren't, you were looking that stuff up, you would never go over there. That's like when you go to there's a site you're from, right? One of them, you're from Concord when, and then you go there and you talk about Marsh Creek and Morgan Territory Road, and people will laugh. They don't care where you are in the world, my friend. So are you over there now? I'm over here now. I just came over here in August, right? So that's hilarious. So yeah, I was born in Kaiser Hospital in Walnut Creek. There's Fat Pat. Welcome in, buddy. Welcome in. Okay, so yeah, I had to change the freaking name of this whatchamacallit to news and events because when I had it listed as education or learning, I guess me talking about and teaching spirituality wasn't learning, right? So I guess that I could do that, right? 2 hours away in Merced. Oh, you're down in Merced. I drove through Merced bunch of times, right? You drive up and down, the state, I-5 and 99. You're going through everybody, right? Up and down. I know that entire. I lived there most of my life. I moved to Arizona, lived in Queen Creek, Arizona for about 3 years, and then came back to California in 2016 and stayed there until 2025, and then moved over here with my wife. Came back to Australia, or her back to Australia, me to Australia. I feel like I'm crooked here. Let me move over a little bit. I'm not quite straight, am I? Let me move this over a little bit. Oh, that says I'm straight right there. Okay. So, yeah, got to trick the algorithm. So, yeah, truthfully, I guess talking about spirituality was in the mind of the algorithm, not learning. So I went ahead and put it as news and events. Problem is that people looking for news and events are going to come in, so we're going to get some of that crazy stuff, right? AJ, I was in Queen Creek. Weird that you're in AJ, bro. That's crazy that all of us are on here right now, and we're all from like neighbors. So yeah, I was in Queen Creek from 2013 to 2016. 2012 to 2016, I was in Queen Creek. So I was like less than 30 minutes south of you. If you're up in AJ, love that place. That's crazy, right? So yeah, crazy weird that we're all small world. I guess it's that time of night, right? It's 9 o'clock on in California right now, so it's 10 or 11 depending on, or 10 or 9 depending on where. Because if you're in AJ, you do the time change, or you don't do the time change because we didn't do it in Queen Creek, so you didn't do the time change. So it's 10 o'clock for you because you didn't spring forward or fall back or whatever it is. You didn't fall back. I remember that all the television programs that were 8 o'clock came on at 7 because we didn't do that silly time change. Hate it. We do it over here too. That's a European thing. And people said, "Oh no, that's done for yeah, that's done for people so they could work in the fields longer. That was the slave thing that they did so that people could work longer, so that you would have more daylight to work in. That's why they did that, right? Because otherwise it gets dark at like 4 o'clock on the West Coast, right? So they don't want so they did that to change things so people would be outside more, not because you can play, right? Not because it was because you would do more slave labor outside because you would look at the time and you would say, "I'm supposed to be off work, sir. I'm supposed to be off work, massa." No, you're not, son. The sun's still up. So yeah. Yeah, my accent, Bella, my accent's a very bizarre accent because my family, because I'm Irish, right? I'm Irish, Irish, what they call Scandinavian, but my family's from the East Coast. My mom's family was from Pennsylvania. There's your PA accent that you're hearing. My dad's family was from Boston, right? Boston, PA, Mass and PA, New York and PA are touching. They're right there, upstate, right? And so it was very close, in a couple hundred miles. So from there, they came out to the West Coast, and then I picked up a little bit of that. So my accent's very much. You're the first person who has heard my accent and thought East Coast. Most people think I'm Canadian because of the sound of the North from Pennsylvania, New York, Boston, being so close to the East Coast of the Canada there. So because you're from there, right? That's why you're like, you sound like you're from Pennsylvania. Thank you. I'll respect that one. I'll take that one. I'll take that one. I don't like it when people think I'm from California. I mean, I grew up there, but I don't. None of my. We said things like spigot and Chesterfield and icebox, and my grandfather said crick when people would say creek. He says a creek is the sound a board makes. This is Walnut Creek. He said words that came from the east, and the families were still living back there, right? So we kind of had a little bit of that accent from over there, and most people don't pick up on my accent over here. And even my wife says you don't sound Californian for sure. That's funny, right? But then I've heard that too. Yeah, that I was dating this girl. Her mom was from New England, from the New England states. She was from over there, and I noticed her accent. I said, "Your mom has an Eastern accent from New England." She said, "My mom doesn't have an accent." I said, "Yes, she does. You just don't notice it because you're used to hearing your mom talk." And so she says she started laughing. We were at her house, and so we went into the other room where her mom and dad was, And she goes, he says you have an accent. And her dad goes, she does have an accent. She's from the East Coast. She goes, I do have an accent. I come from the East Coast. And you picked up on that. I said, yeah. And she says, I don't know what you're talking about. And she says, you're my daughter. You've heard me speak this way your whole life. So you don't think I have an accent at all. I laughed. Right. So it depends. People don't realize, they'll look at me. The good thing is, for me over here, with this accent, people over here will look at me and go, okay, you sound American, but where? Some people say you're American. Others ask me if I'm Canadian, or there's some people's, every now and then I'll say Pennsylvania. Most of the time I get Colorado and I get Minnesota. And I'm like, Minnesota? You don't hear no Viking I'm not over here going, whoa, I'm from Minnesota, don't you know? I said that they talk with a very distinct accent. Right? Indiana too, I guess, right? Indiana kind of does too. Everybody has their own accent, but I have that I come from nowhere kind of accent, unless you are from Pennsylvania somewhere. If you're from PA or you're from Boston, but I don't have that thick Southie accent in Boston. I don't talk like it's my cousin from Boston. These guys over here in Australia do. They park the car. And I laugh and I'm like, you go to the car park and park the car. I'm like, you realize that if you just slightly open your mouth a little bit more, you're Irish from Boston. And they're like, we are not. I think it's hilarious. Well, I do accents. I'm a mimic. I actually speak 28 languages. So I'm a mimic. 29 if you count, 30 if you count English, the American version of it, and Klingon, right? So, from Star Trek, but no, I actually, I'm not fluent in all 28 languages, but I'm getting really close. I've been doing languages most of my life. Living in California, you pick up Spanish because of so many Mexicans, and they taught that in school when I was there as a boy. So I grew up with that, and then I just found that, and they had French, and I found that I like language, and I'm really easy. I pick up language really easy. I understand it. People say you should only learn one language at a time because it'll confuse you. I'm learning every language from Europe all at once, and the only thing that confuses me is the spelling, the words, the way they pronounce them. I can see how they've evolved and where they have the different evolutions of Norwegian, especially English and all of that, Norwegian moving into the Russian and the Baltics with the Greek influence, and then the Latin influence as you go Spain, France over towards Italy, you get the Latin with the Brazilian and everybody in that area with Latin that goes back to the Italian today and beyond that. I see how that stuff influences the languages. It's because I'm learning Greek and Latin, and it makes it easier for the Russian languages and all of the Hispanic languages, Castilian Spanish, and then Norwegian. I mean, come on, our alphabet is Viking, and our words are Middle Norwegian and Middle Viking, or Middle German. That's what makes up this right here. We've now become our own language, but it evolved from Middle Norwegian and Middle German, and German had Latin involved in it, right? So, yeah, sorry, that's me being a linguist. I'm on the spectrum. I'm going to take a drink of my coffee. TikTok. This is coffee, not alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. I have 4-year anniversary with no alcohol, and that was yesterday. Okay, no alcohol in my diet. Coffee. Because if I don't say that, then all of a sudden I get a warning on the top of the screen that says drinking some products from they're drinking on this show will be detrimental, and I end up getting a thing in here to lower the amount of people. All right, smash those hearts, champions. Let's get some more people in here, right? Yeah, I know. Thank you. I know, right? Especially being Irish Catholic, especially being Irish living in America, and your families are from Pennsylvania and Boston, and you're Irish. That means everybody drinks all the time. 2 years, 9 months, Fat Pat. Way to go, brother. Way to go. Hold on to that. I literally yesterday, well, today is the 4th for me. So 2 days ago, the 2nd. But for you guys, it's still the 3rd. So the 2nd of March literally is my 4-year anniversary. So I'm happy with that, right? No alcohol whatsoever. None at all. So I'm happy with that. And if you're 2 years, 9 months, hold on to it. Okay. Okay, let's get back on topic here. Hold on. The topic says news and events. So let's get on to that for a second, right? Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. Albanese, Albanese. Woo. Ayatollah, Ayatollah. Okay, there we go. Israel, Israel. Yitzhak Rabin. Wait, that's too old. Only old people know what that is, right? Okay, so we did our news and events of the day. Here's the news and the events of the day. The news and the events of the day. The people who think they own this earth, who are ruling from every country around the world, who make sure that only their cousins get into power in all of the countries around the earth. They are trying to wreak havoc, and they're wanting to turn everything into the Third World War. So they're as hard as they can going after that because they are desperate. The reason that they are all desperate is because people like me are waking up people like you. And because of that, they're losing control over the population and the control over the minds of the population. Okay. So we are waking up one mind at a time, and we are very close to the seminal point where we're going to go cascading down. Thank you for those, right? Thank you for that ice cream cone, right? Another, I'm not sure what the rest of your name is. And then Sally, thank you for the rose. Okay. So we are getting very close to cascading because we are at the seminal point. So very soon, everybody in the world is going to be, if they can, they're going to wake up because we're waking up enough people. We're waking up the lions and those people who I will not mention, the powers that should not be, that I call the controllers in this book. The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. There's a link in the bio for the book. Those people have been controlling the minds of all these people down here on Earth for thousands of years, going back at least 10 to 12,000 years. Okay, really hard in the time of Julius Caesar when he burnt the library at Alexandria and then moved on beyond that. Right, Lillian Moon, 1111. That's good, right? And it was 1111 for you, right? Look that up. That angel number means good, prosper, and stuff like that, right? So change and prosper. So literally, those people are in their death throes because they know what I know. Your focus determines your reality. Okay. My focus determines my reality. All of our collective focus determines our reality. They're aware of that and they're using that to their advantage. That's why the commercials, that's why the programming, that's why they call them programs. That's why the way the news is being broadcast on all sides, it's propaganda. They're using that and the Jedi mind trick on everybody to keep our focus on what they want. What do they want? They want power, they want money, and they want control. Power, money, and control is this caste system that you're living in, this maritime law system that puts 13 families above everybody else, and all money goes up to them. Okay. And that's what they've been doing here for a very long time because they got this information from bad people who were evil, who came here and gave them that information, and they're using that to their advantage. So some of us came here from a higher plane of existence, came down here to be with you guys, to help you so that we could give you the tools so that you could figure out how to get out of here, right? Eddie, welcome, 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 welcome. Okay. So literally that's what we're here to do, right? I want money too. We all need money here. Okay. You can manifest it. There's no reason you can't. This place will reward you for it because the people who own the system want you on the system. So you can manifest money. You just can't manifest enough to take their jobs. If you can manifest enough to start getting in control, they'll get rid of you or they'll buy you off. Okay. But you can manifest anything that you want here. You just have to put your mind to it. We teach that. It's part of the things that we teach. Okay. That Brooke and I teach. Some of the things that we teach are how to do that stuff, how to manifest. Okay, life coaching, spiritual life coaching. I don't have everything written down here, but we teach all this stuff, right? You can see this right here. We teach all of this if you guys are interested. Defense Against the Dark Arts is a great course. You might want to learn that one first so you know what you're up against. The first step of avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence, okay? One mind, moment at a time. One mind, one mind at a time, Elo. One mind at a time, okay? And then transmuting it, right? Thank you for that. Thank you very much for that, Sally. Okay, so literally that's what we're doing, right? I'm 47, Charles says. I'm 47. I just gave myself a positive affirmation for focus for the first time today. Do that. You should always do that. You should wake up in the morning, and the first thing you should do is lower that ego because it's going to start screaming at you because it's going to be you're awake and you're still groggy and all the thoughts are going to come in. So then you have to go shush and then start doing positive stuff. What role do you think Uncle D is playing in all this deception? I'm not sure who Uncle D is that you're talking about. So you would have to tell me. I'm not sure what that what the Uncle D would be, right? So it depends. Like those people are all related. I'm actually related to them as well. My family, okay, I'm an O'Neill and my middle name is Edward. Okay, that puts me, and my first name is Leonard. Those are all family names. Those are actually titles too, by the way. Leonard means Lionheart, Edward means guardian, and O'Neill means son of champion. Okay, so my name is literally a title: Lionheart, guardian, champion of the people. Okay, but that goes back to the year 990. Literally, Edward the Black Prince of Wales is my direct, whatever that is, five, six, seven, you know, great, 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 great grandfather. Okay. Oh, that's what. Okay, I thought you were talking about. I thought you were talking about the orange guy, right? So I don't know if you like him or if you don't like him. He is related to the family. He's literally Hillary Rodham Clinton. Her Rodham is her maiden name. They're cousins. All of them are cousins. Okay. I don't know if you're here when I talked about that before. They proved that a little girl back when Barack Obama was the president was doing her lineage. And she said, I wonder who Barack Obama's related to. And her and her dad started looking it up. And she found out that Barack Obama was related to every single president of the United States except for one. They're all related. Trump is actually related to the Clintons or to the Rodhams, their cousins. Okay. So then that was back when Barack Obama was president. So in 2016, when they were filming Above Majestic, the guys from the History Channel that were helping with that, they said, "Well, we know that all the monarchs in Europe are all related. They're all cousins. Now we're seeing that all the presidents of the United States were related. Are they related?" So they looked into that and found out they were. They're all cousins. Then they said, "What about all the rest of the people around the world?" And they said, "Wow, they're all related." Okay. But that doesn't mean that they're evil just because they're related. Each individual person, when they come here, determines whether they're in service to self or in service to others. Okay. So old DT there, though he, makes all kinds of money and he has bought and sold half of the planet, you know what I mean? Doesn't necessarily mean that he isn't self serving, but it doesn't necessarily mean he's not either. It would appear at this point that he is actually trying to dismantle the deep state right now, currently. Is he doing that because they're his cousins and he wants control? I don't know, because that's what happened during World War I and World War II. One cousin wanted to rule, the other cousin had power, so they started fighting because one cousin tried to assassinate the other cousin. You could look this up. Then the First World War started. The Second World War was an extension of that, and by the time that was over, the power struggle had changed. Is that what's happening now? It's very possible. I don't know. Okay. But I do know that as long as he's doing what he's doing, he's got a big group of people that have power or think they do on their heels right now. So because of that, there's a really good disruption because while they're all figuring their shit out, we're down here thinking, and we're down here going, okay, well, they're all fighting with each other and trying to decide if they can get the Third World War started so they can lower the population. We're going to wake people up down here. So time will tell and history will tell on the orange guy whether he's going to be going down in history as somebody who helped us or going to go down as history as that guy that tried it and didn't work, did it, pal? So I can't know the answer to that right now. What I can do, and in truth, that's not my religion. So I just watch them, right? And I just see what they're doing and I try to figure out what are they trying to do, because it would almost appear that this whole thing with them going into Iran, right? And you have the opposing point of view, and this is how you know the opposing point of view is claiming that he is Hitler or worse, and that the Jews are the biggest evil on the face of the earth. Why? Because the two of them, by doing what they're doing, are dismantling the terrorist organizations around the world over there, because the people who were funding them, they just toppled the regime from. We know that to be true because when Obama was in office and then Biden, they were sending hundreds of millions of dollars to that regime, and we know that that regime was paying for all the terrorists everywhere. Okay, so if that's the case right now, they're taking away that power, or are they? We don't know. Okay, so I say what we need to do is keep an eye on them and let them do what they're going to do, but don't let them spin this up into a world war so that all of us end up having to fight and we end up with 25 to 50% of the population gone. Okay. But it would appear that he's helping at least the United States and the people there to keep the communists out of the United States and trying to get control of the amount of people that came running into that country in the last 4 years, right? So, but we don't know for sure because he had access to the Epstein files and was like, we're going to get these out, and hired people that said they were going to get it out. And they all showed up and went, nothing to see here now, nothing to see, nothing to see. No, no. So that's suspect in my mind, right? And now they're going, nothing there, nothing there. And we're going, so we do know that if there was anything there, the Democrats would have released it because they didn't want him to be the president. So his name wasn't on the list, or was it? Okay. But if they would have released his name, then he was going to release their name and the whole world blows up, because then we know that truly they are all pedo and they are all, Pizzagate, and they are all doing that kind of stuff. And I got to watch those words because the algorithm's going to get me. Okay. So, right. So there's a lot of flip flopping that says they're all in charge and they're the right wing and the left wing of the same bird. Get my point? Okay. So we have to kind of look at that. A lot of people are saying that the list is out, and I don't know because I haven't researched it because it's not my religion. So, but like Bella said, I don't care what history says. It's recorded, right? So we just have to see the thing is, right? I have my own saved of his own lives and what he I'm not sure what that meant, but or what he actually said and done. Well, see, there's a lot of stuff that people claim he said and done that he didn't say and do, right? And they were doing that all the time. Like, I remember hearing the microphone and what he said there, and then they turned that into he admitted that he raped women, and that just wasn't true. He didn't do that. He said, you can do this, because he was talking smack. You can reach down and grab him and no one will say anything. He didn't say, I did it. He didn't say anything like that, but they turned that into he's raped everybody. So propaganda is propaganda, and you have to realize that. If you want to know what somebody actually says, you have to tune in and actually see them speak at all, not the soundbite that someone else gives you, because they're going to lie to you. Okay. And if you don't think they did that to Donald Trump, you should look up the court cases, because even the British broadcasting system just had to pay Donald Trump over $100 million because they lied on January 6th and said he said these things. And they took something that he said and edited it out and took out an hour of the conversation and pulled something over and put it there together with that and broadcast that soundbite as if he said it just now. And it sounded like he was saying, go into the castle and storm the castle. And they told the whole world, and all the other news agencies claimed they did that too. And he's systematically suing every single news agency and winning more than $100 million. The man's going to get rich just off of that one event and what they claimed he said. Okay. He's suing them all over the world, and he's winning, and they're all paying him. In fact, CNN is up for sale right now because of the money they had to pay him. They have no money, no ratings, and CNN's up for sale. So there is some stuff that you can see his cousins were mad at him and they didn't want him to have power. So it just goes back to the same thing, right? History's always written by those who conquer, those who win, and the agenda of them. That is correct. So you have to realize that their people are in power no matter what. So you're not going to get true history. That's Eddie's contention, and he's right. You're not going to get true history. You're not going to get the real history. The only way that you can get true history and the real history is we have to write it. Okay. So that means that we have to ignore their history, because that's the system they want us to focus on. They want us to focus on what we were doing just then. Pick a side, fight about it, argue about it, yell past each other, and still in our minds, we're thinking they're in charge and have all the money. So you need to get away from doing that. Okay. Pay attention to them. I'm not saying ignore them, because they'll rip us all off anyway. But what you need to do is fix yourself and raise your vibration so that those gaslighting things they do to you don't affect you anymore. And then you'll look at that and you'll go, right wing, left wing, same bird. And then you'll go, none of you should be in charge. None of you, none ya, none ya. Like when people say, knock, knock, who's there? None ya, none ya who, none your business. When you get to the point where you say none ya is supposed to be in charge, and then you say, we need to fix that. How do you fix it? Fix yourself, be the change you want to see. So raise your vibration so that you realize, and there, yeah, facts, right? It's all an illusion, Eddie, right? So you have to actually look at that and do, and there again, here's what Check is saying, right? Prescription Check, I love that. Do your own research, right? You will see just how many working people has had. Everyone does that. Every single one during that thing that I can't mention between 2020 and 2024, when you had the progressives in charge in the United States, they closed over 70,000 factories and destroyed the middle class of the United States and ended more than 2 million more than 2 million privately owned companies and restaurants around the United States just so that everybody would have to get the thing and lock down. Okay. So if you want to look at that, there's the tit for the tat. You want to look at that. They're both doing the same thing. They're just doing it in a different way. The longer you pick a side and think your side is the winning side, is going to be the longer it's going to be that you're going to be stuck here because you're focusing on their power, their control, and manifesting that. That's what they're doing to you and everybody here. They're making you manifest what they want. If you guys know anything about religion, look up the dwarfs under the mountain. Okay, look up the saga of the Norse and them making the dwarfs under the mountain manufacture all of their weapons, because you were the dwarf under the mountain and you are manufacturing all of the weapons of the giants, of the people who think they're in charge. And that's what they're doing. Their war machine is your mind, and you're giving it to them every day. Okay. And yet you can't live in a gray area. You have to live. Well, I mean, you kind of have to, but you can't. You can't, and you can't. You can't pick a side, right? You have to look at that and not pick a side. You have to know that it's all an agenda. Every bit of it is an agenda. Okay. Because what they do is they take the whole world and they take the ideas of the whole world. And if somebody takes all the bad ideas only and someone takes all the good ideas, the people that have only the bad ideas are going to get the raw end of the stick. So what they do is they carve everything up evenly. So when you look at it, the progressives in your country, whatever they call themselves, the progressives in your country are going to have some things you like and some things you don't. Then the conservatives in your country are going to have some things you like and some things you don't. You know why? Because that way you go back and forth and vote for them, because you're in the middle somewhere and they're vying for your votes. And what you do is you vote one in and then you hate the bad things they do and you vote the other one in because of the good things they got. And then you hate the bad things they do and you vote the other one back in. And you just keep going back and forth, don't you? Look at the United States and look at all of the elections. You had presidents that would go 8 years, 2 terms, right? And then out. And then it would be Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, Republican, Democrat, still doing it. Okay. Still doing it. The only time that it changed was because Trump got in, then Biden, then Trump again. Okay. So now is it going to be a progressive again, or are you guys going to stay with go back on the path with having 8 years of the conservative and then go back? We'll see. Right. But my point is, normally it's gone 8 years, 8 years, 8 years, 8 years back and forth. Okay. And then they just carve the place up. Those of you who win the election, you're happy. You win it next time, you're happy. By the time that one's over, you can't wait to get them out. Get the other guy in, you're happy. And then by the time they get to the second term, you don't like him anymore and you try to get him back out. And that way they just keep going back and forth and you just keep doing it. Okay. And for 2 years, you're happy and the other people aren't. For 2 years, they're happy and you're not. And then you just go back and forth. You're happy, then you're not. They're happy, then they're not. And you just trade back and forth, dude. It's the freaking 2 wings of the same bird. You have to realize that. Okay. They're just carving it up and they have to have some good stuff so they can tell you some truths with their lies on both sides. Okay. That's why we need a president and vice president of opposing parties. Would never work. I agree with you. The last person who did that was Abraham Lincoln, and he had his running mate was the opposite. He was a Democrat, and he was the newly formed Republican Party as the president. He had cabinet members that were the same. That's what Donald Trump has done this time. He doesn't have a vice president that's not a Republican, but most of his cabinet are ex-Democrats. They were all Democrats, and then they left the Democratic Party, and he hired them as Democrats or independents to be in his cabinet. There's a reason for that, so you have to look at that, right? You have to realize that. McCain tried to do it, and think that because he was more of a middle of the ground, and that's why Trump didn't like him, because McCain was more moderate. He was more where the people were, right? So McCain tried that. A couple other people tried that too. It just didn't work. Okay. So you have to realize that all of that is their plan still to keep everybody focused on their thing, because you get happy and you get complacent for a year or two. Then you realize that one's ripping you off just like the other one was. Do you know how you fix this? You fix this by fixing yourself, looking within yourself, learning that Christ oil, learning that your body is a temple, learning that your focus determines the reality of this place, because our collective consciousness makes this place what it is. They all talked about it. They all said it in all the Bibles, including in the New Testament. What you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. That means what you plant, what you make. on earth because you sow the seeds into the ground. Then what you reap from that, I shall too reap in heaven. So the Creator was telling you through Jesus that you create the reality down there. I will make it so. Okay, that means whatever our focus is on, whatever we believe is real, is what's going to be real. So if we believe they're in charge, then they're going to stay in charge. If we believe that we have to have their money, we have to have their money. Do you understand that? Do you understand that? So we have to realize that if you want them to not be in power, you have to realize that we don't need them. Okay. Not that we need somebody that's just like them, but different, because that's what you keep getting, because that's what you're focusing on. See, that's what I'm talking about. So if you look at that, you're going to look at it and you're going to say, we need one of them that's better. That's how you got Barack Obama. Okay. Then when you got into office, his second term, he wasn't one of them better. He was one of them that was trying to sell the government. He closed more than 70,000 factories, sold that overseas so that slaves were making the products that you were buying. If you make products made in China today, you're buying products that are made by slaves. Okay. So anybody who says they were a slave and they're all mad and they're buying Chinese products, you're keeping somebody else as a slave. And you're okay with it, aren't you? Because if you weren't, you wouldn't be doing it. As a comedian who was African American, who was telling that joke, and he said that I don't care about slavery as long as it's not me that's enslaved. He said, and you guys can't get mad at me for that because you do it every day, don't you? Because you love all the products that you're getting cheap out of China, even though we all know who's making those products, don't we? And he's telling the truth. Okay, so people who are self-righteous and say these things lie to themselves and pretend that certain things aren't a certain way. When it benefits us, you would be surprised how many people sell themselves down the line. They go, I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that people should be enslaved. That's no way. Man, that thing I got from Timu only cost me $10. That would have cost me $100 over here. Oh, I'm going to buy some more of that stuff. Okay. So you have to realize that, right? You have to realize that. You have to realize that you seriously need to know that your focus is determining your reality. So when you say it's okay, I'm not going to vote because I'm not playing their game, because no matter what I do, they're going to just put their person in charge. That manifests that. They love you. Okay? If you say that in your mind and you think that, I'm not going to do that because their people are in charge anyways. There's nothing we can do about it because they're just in charge. That mindset is what they want. That mindset and that way of thinking is what keeps them in power. Okay. That's what keeps them in charge and keeps the money going up to them. Okay. So how do you do that? You fix yourself and you stop buying products that you know, like if you want good food and you don't want food that is poison, stop buying the poison. They won't sell it. They'll change because they want to make money. You know how I know that? All the food that's over there from Frito-Lay can't be sold over here in this country. Frito-Lay is not over here. The PepsiCo company has another company called Smith's, and they sell everything that is Frito-Lay labeled over there, even with the same packaging, but with the name Smith's. And guess what? All the ingredients are natural. Okay, because nobody wants that food. The bread that you guys have in America can't be sold in the UK or over here because it's not considered food. But you know what? The same companies that are making bread over there are selling bread over here because they're making it out of like flour and sugar and and eggs instead of all the other stuff. So it's not that they can't do it; it's that they're not doing it because there's 380 million of us over there that are buying the food, and everybody complains about it and go right back out and buy it again. Okay. So no, we have microwaves over here anyway. In Australia, we have a microwave. We have microwaves over here, but not. It's not like America where like everybody uses a microwave all the time. We have a convection oven, and then we have like a toaster oven, and I forgot what they're called over here. And we have one of those. We use that far more than we ever use the microwave. Rarely do we heat anything in the microwave. Sometimes, but not very often. Most of the time we heat it up. We have induction oven, so it's fan induced, so it heats up almost as fast as a microwave, and it doesn't do damage to the molecules. So why would we use it? You know what I mean? Cooperatives are the future. Well, if you're talking about living somewhere, or if you're talking about like governments, the way you fix it is you have to change the way that we all think. So if everybody wakes up, people stop thinking about them being in charge, and then because they can't tell you that, and we'll all wake up and go, no, right? Literally, that's what Jesus was telling. Let's go back to that one, to the last time the guy came here to tell you these things. He said, if you have but a mustard seed amount of faith, a mustard seed, have you ever seen it in like Grey Poupon or one of those other things that have mustard that has a seed in it? They are so freaking tiny, tiny little things. Most of the time, you don't even notice them. That's the amount of faith that you need. He said you can do anything. You can literally say to that mountain, move from there over to here. He was trying to tell us that our focus determines our reality and what we believe will be. Okay. So if you literally say we don't need money, if the whole world all today said we don't need money for anything, we should just get it. It would be that way. How do we do that? How do we run a world with no money? We just do things because they need to be done. Some people like planting crops and growing food. Some people like being a butcher and cutting up meat. Some people like these other jobs. Hey, I'll do that job because I don't want to do one of those other jobs. Some people will do that. They'll pick up a job. And the ones that they don't, then we have to tell people, all right, we're all going to have to do that job. Okay. It needs to be done, so somebody needs to do it. You'll be surprised how often people will pick a job because they'll be like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I don't want to go and clean out the stalls. I'm having a drink of my coffee. TikTok, coffee. No alcohol, coffee. Thank you very much, coffee. So you'd be surprised that some people want to be farmers. And some people would be like, hey, you know what? I would love to raise chickens and just sit out on a farm and make eggs. You'd be surprised. People already do it now. They would love to be able to do that and know that they can have everything for their family. We don't need money. We just put a value on everything because rich people want to have it all. So their bank account just keeps going up and up and up and up and up and up and up, right? I mean, literally, the guys in charge of the oil industry like 1903 had $2 trillion in the bank in a time when they didn't even have that much in gold on the planet to back it up. Okay, barter system. That's right, Fat Pat. That worked on this planet for everywhere for all of time until they started telling us we needed money. People would trade things. People still do that. They'll trade things. I'm hungry. I need some food. I have some food. Can you help me do some chores? Yes. People will work for their food and get paid that way. And then if you give them somewhere to sleep, they might stay and become a hand to help you. A lot of people do that and they stay and they help out so that they have a place to sleep and some food to eat and it's consistent and you're not mean and you don't beat them. And then they become your friend and eventually become your family and they stay with you because they want to. Do you see my point? So you have to realize that, right? That's the problem with socialism. Socialism works if you don't let evil people control it. Okay? Evil people always seek power. Always. That is in their nature. It's what they do. They seek power and control. So if you come up with something that's socialized like that, evil people are immediately going to jump on that and go, yes, but who's going to watch the watchers? I wrote a paper on that, called that when I was in college. And I swear to you, History Channel made a documentary out of it, and it was my words. I don't have the paperwork anymore, but I used to have it, and I would literally read it, and people would watch the video, and I would say, "Here's a copy of it. You can read it." So I think my I think my teacher when I was in college took it and sold it, or somebody did, and they made a documentary out of it and used my words. I'm all right with it because truly, who watches the watchers? So if you set up a system and you don't have Overwatch on that system, you're going to have people getting in that system and ripping you off. So you have to have people that are going to be overwatching that. But then if you put honest people there to overwatch it, it stays honest. But when you don't know who's honest and who is not honest, people who are not honest will get in there and pretend they're honest and then they'll rip the whole system off. Okay. So socialism works the same way. Evil people get a control of it and they can control everything and they can shift it into communism by shifting their own people into the system and getting rid of those people who are not self-serving, and then they take control of things. That's what they do everywhere. Okay, so what's the best defense against that? Right, think about that. What's the best defense against that problem? I can tell you because I teach it right here, the defense against the dark arts. The best system of that is waking everyone up so that everyone has a higher IQ and they look at people and guess what, evil people can't hide from you anymore. That's the truth of it. They know that if everybody is in a certain level of consciousness, that they literally can see them. So they're keeping everybody in a low vibration because mentally, maturity level Everyone on this earth is between 11 and 17 if they're lucky. That is the actual truth. I tell people that and they go, that's just not true. Google, okay, if you Google the IQ and what the test is based on, you're going to get intelligence quotient is based on a group of questions. Look up the actual, what's the word I'm looking for? The actual scientist who did the study that became the IQ test, and find out what that study, what the answer to that study was. Okay, so the findings in the study that became the IQ test standard is that the average person in the world is between 11 and 17 years of age mentally their entire life, because their IQ is between 100 and 130, maybe 134 if you're lucky. Okay, and if they can keep you at about 120 to 125, you are 14 to 15 years old mentally your entire life, no matter how old you are. And that's what they're doing. Why is that? Because children are easier to lie to and make them believe things. That's why they tell you that in Star Wars. Simple-minded people you can Jedi mind trick. Okay? Keeping you in small mind. Remember the song by System of a Down? Right? Free your small mind and you will and you free your life. You remember that? It's part of their song. That's what that song was about. Okay, so literally strong-willed free thinkers, because they become wiser, they go higher vibration. Your IQ is learned. It's not something you're born with and stuck for your whole life, but they want you to believe that. So when they say your IQ is this, that's where you're going to be for your whole life, they make sure your education keeps you there. And then they make sure you go into a job that doesn't expand your consciousness. And then they discourage you from expanding your consciousness because they know that that means your IQ goes up. You get smarter. And when your IQ goes up and you hit that point where you become an adult in the brain, guess what? They can't lie to you anymore. They can't gaslight you anymore. And you see right through them when they try to hide from you because you're an adult. And you look at them and go, yeah, I'm not buying that. You're just a liar. I can see you. That's why your wise old grandma or your wise old grandpa would look at people and go, that one right there is trouble, because they could see that. They're old enough mentally because they've been around long enough to wake up a little bit more. But when you're a kid, you're too young. Even as an adult, people don't know, and they're like, I didn't know that this person was an energy vampire. Yes, you did. You just didn't realize that you knew it. Okay. The first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. Okay. And if you don't realize who you are and what you're here to do, then you get into trouble and they control you. And then they keep you on that path of being lower vibration, right? The dark empaths are the enemy. Every single person is an empath, my friend. You just don't know it unless you're doing it. Okay. So the first step in avoiding a trap is knowing of its existence. That's why we teach this class, the defense against the dark arts, right there. Okay. So you guys should look into that stuff. That's our most popular class. That's why I have it at the top. Right? If you want to wake up, the most popular thing to do, the fastest thing to do to wake yourself up is Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and then Reiki 3, the master course. You do those. I don't care how asleep you are. If you're in service to others, that will wake you up. If you're in service to self, nothing here that I do is going to help you, because I won't teach you anything that's going to benefit you if you're self-serving. That's why over here I only teach dream walking and astral projecting on the shamanistic side, because you have to be in service to others to get anything else. I won't teach you magic with a K. You can't learn that. I don't even show you those things that we can teach. Don't even show you that stuff here. Okay. It's an entire section on spell casting and all of that we don't even have listed here for you guys. Okay. Why is that? Because there's a vetting process, because I'm not going to teach you how to use anything to your advantage. Even small minds, if you're in service to self, you will gain information on how to manipulate people. You're using that as it is already because you're trying to do that. So I'm keeping that stuff away from everybody so that nobody learns how to do that stuff until in a lesson, until I decide to want to teach people that stuff again. Right. So that's the part. So people try to hide and they try to come in and they try to learn stuff so they can use it to their advantage. It doesn't take me long to talk to you and figure out whether you're self-serving. I did it live on air one time, and this guy came in and he was just like, "Oh yeah," and then he was saying things like he was, "Oh, I'm like a gray Jedi. I'm right in the middle. I'm neutral." I'm like, that means you're self-serving. No, I'm not. No, yeah, you are. No, I'm balanced. If you're balanced, you're balancing the masculine and the feminine. You're balancing your energies. You're not balancing good versus evil. Okay, you are either in service to self or in service to others. Okay, you balance the light and dark in you. Okay, but you don't balance whether or not you're evil or whether you're not. You can't hide. You can hide from humans, but you cannot hide from the universe. That's just the way that it's designed. Okay, ego selfishness is the root. Well, the ego that is exactly what makes a narcissist. You have an ego, we all do, and we have a conscience. Okay, so the ego is the devil on the left shoulder, the conscience is the angel on the right shoulder. Whichever one you listen to more is where you're going to become. If you haven't already made that decision when you got here, which 99% of people have, Sally, thanks for that. I didn't notice that you guys were giving me stuff, or maybe I did and I just didn't notice that you gave me that. Thank you for that. So you usually decide when you get here. That's why when people say, "Oh no, I haven't figured it out yet," yes, you have. You're lying. Okay, you already know. You've been doing it since you were born. You're already either in service to self or in service to others. Rarely does somebody come down here and go, "Yeah, I still haven't picked," and they're over the age of 10. Yeah, I'm still trying to figure it out. Anyone who says that over the age of 10, lying, and they're evil. Okay, period. It's cut and dry like that in the universe. Okay, and people, you guys need to realize that. If a person is not in service to others, someone who's in service to others would never not say that unless they were in a slave state or like a prison or somewhere where they would be picked on or beaten or unalived because they said it. In a world where you're standing around like we are, the only reason you would say that is because someone in the room with you is dominating you, and you don't want them to you don't want them to hear you talking to other people like me. Okay, people who are in service to others will always say, you know what, I love everybody and I love the world. People who are self-serving, they'll do the same thing for about a month, maybe 6 months if you're lucky. 60 days, not 6 months, maybe 60 days or 90 days if they're really good. After that, they cannot. It's not in their nature. They don't give a crap. At a certain point, they're going to go, you know what, fuck you and fuck it. I'm just done. I'm not hiding this crap anymore. I can't stand that shit because they hate everyone and they can't. It infuriates them if they have to love and be exposed to it. Can't stand it. So all you have to do, I tell people this, you want to know if somebody is in service to self or in service to others, move in with them. If you're in service to others, they're going to hate you soon and they're going to do everything they can do to control you because they need to get their thumb on your neck as fast as possible to get you to shut up and stop doing what they want you to do. That's why you see people that do that, right? That's laughing, right? When I get, would you say, brother? Let me get back up here. What did you say? Where is it at here? I was trying to read it and then everything moved, right? Do your classes cost money? Yes, they do. Everybody, we're in the place of doing, Ruben. We're in a place of doing. Therefore, I would love to be able to teach everything to everybody for free. And as soon as everything's for free and I don't have to pay for food or pay for rent or pay for a car or pay for all that stuff, I'll teach this to the world for the rest of my life for free. Okay. Awareness. What is that? Awareness and healing versus manipulation. Yeah. People who are in love with others, people who are in service to others are that way. What's your definition of good and evil? Definition of good and evil is very simple. You're either self-serving or you're not. Okay. So if you're a narcissist and you love yourself over everybody else, you are evil. Whether or not you want to admit that to yourself, you are evil. That's the way the universe sees it. Okay. You're either in service to self or you're in service to others. There is no in between. There is nothing else. That is what the universe is designed to be. Okay. So that is the definition of good and evil. If you're good, you're in service to others. That means you love yourself and other people and you want to help people and you're a nice person and you want to create. If you are self-serving, you want power, you want money, you want fame, you want glory, you want something around there, you want control. You're about yourself and everybody here is just, and you know it in your head. You may not say it out loud because you want people to be around you, but you know it. When I get me out of the way, it goes good for my brother. Yeah, right. I mean, we kind of all have to do that, right? My goal is to be a vagabond and still serve my community. Well, then you're in service to others. You're just trying to figure out how you can do that and not have to be, stuck wherever. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. As long, you know what I mean? But people who are self-serving, they'll say all those things too. The trapdoor spider has to make sure that they do that. right? They got to woo you. The only way that they can get a control of you is they have to be your friend and tell you they love you and do all of that until they think they have you, and then they pounce, right? And then you go, wait, whoa, and they go, oh, I'm sorry, I won't do that, and then they pounce again, and they keep doing that until eventually you just give up and shut up and do what you want to do and look at them and be afraid of them, because then they step up with aggression at you, or they go, oh, I'm gonna unalive myself if you leave, right? That's a person that's either really, really weak and messed up, or that's what they've learned and they're manipulating you. Okay. So you have to look at that stuff and you have to realize it. That's the first step in avoiding a trap. Okay. That's knowing of its existence. Carrie, welcome. What is a vagabond? A vagabond is somebody that's funny. A vagabond is somebody that is carefree, doesn't have anything, doesn't own anything. Somebody who doesn't want to live like in a house and have to have the job and have to stay in a house and have that 9 to 5 job. Somebody who's a vagabond is somebody that can travel and find out how they can travel and still take care of themselves and then be of service to other people. That's what a vagabond is. You can look it up. There's other definitions of it, but that's basically a vagabond is somebody that wants to be able to travel and still talk to people and hang out with people that doesn't have to have those stupid responsibilities, right? I'm going to be doing that. I'm going to be doing that because I'm doing it now, but I'm trying to do that around the world to go and talk to people in arenas so that people know that I'm not AI and they can actually ask me questions on a microphone, right? But do we have to charge? Yeah, until everything is free, we have to charge money. Do you see? So right now I'm giving you guys like the secrets to the universe for free, but I have a book about it. Okay. There's a book about it. It's called "The Reality About Reality: Returning to the Old Ways." Okay, you can find the link in the chat. I teach all of these things. So do my wife. Right? You can look them up on your own. You can do it for yourself. But if you want to learn something, that right there will teach you how to take care of yourself for the rest of your life. That one right below it is the quickest path to enlightenment. But you have to be not self-serving. You have to be in service to others to do that path, because that path is about serving others, which you can get there, right? We're also life coaches and spiritual life coaches, right? So if you guys want that kind of advice, we will help you with that. But that costs money. It's 150 Australian dollars an hour for that. We also teach every single ESP ability. That's why we have them listed here. We teach all of those, 8 clairs, all the clairs, okay? We teach all of those. They're not free. I used to teach them for free. You can get all the information that I'm telling you right now on my podcast for free, but you have to choose the time. You're going to have to sit there and listen to me talk for 3 hours at a time. There's 571 episodes of my podcast for free. It's called Orion Rising. I'll put the image up on the screen if I have the right ones up. That's our logo. That's my book. Hold on. Where is it here? It's this image right here. I got to get that off the screen. There you go. There's my podcast right there. Okay, let me put it up on the screen for you. That's free. Anywhere you listen to an MP3 broadcast, it's free. There's 700 or 571, 72, something like that. Free episodes, like 3 hours long each, where I'm teaching you the secrets to the universe and how to get off this planet for free. Okay. I also wrote a book that's called that. And that's the cover of the book. And that's a "What If Ancient Aliens" thing. That's out there everywhere you listen to an MP broadcast. If you want to watch the MP4 file where you see my face like this, go to YouTube, to my channel on YouTube under my name, which is Leonard O'Neill, and you look up the YouTube. The YouTube channel is Leonard O'Neill 1067, right? I'll put that on the screen, right? Those are also free there, okay? And there's 500 episodes of my podcast on at MP or at YouTube. Go to YouTube, look up Leonard O'Neill. I don't think the apostrophe's in there. Leonard O'Neill 1067. There's a channel there. I got all of my podcasts up there for free. You'll hear this one because this will be up there too. Okay. Enlightenment is a constant battle. Only if you say that. Only if you say that. Your focus determines your reality, and you're the one who manifests what's happening to you. So if you believe that enlightenment is a constant battle, it will be a constant battle for you. Okay. The key to this place and success of this place is your attitude. Okay. Your intention. We teach this even in Wicca: intention, intention, intention. Okay. So if you want to wake up, and this is what we tell people, if my wife were here, she'd be yelling it at you. If you want to wake up, you need to stop saying, I am going to wake up. I am waking up. Those things push it into the future somewhere. So if you say enlightenment is a battle, enlightenment is hard, you're telling yourself that it's hard. You're putting that up to this matrix and you're making it hard. One of the hardest things that we all have to do in this journey of ours, first of all, is to realize that I am an immortal spirit, not this pain body. That's the first one you have to overcome from I think, therefore I am. You're self-aware. That's hard. Okay, then the second one is the one that's like at the same time as that is quieting the mind, realizing I'm not the thinking mind, I am not the ego. That's hard because you equate yourself with the thinking or the ego or the conscience or all of that, or you think you have voices in your head. Okay, you have to realize that none of that is happening and none of this is happening to you. It's all happening for you, and all of those things are also happening for you, and that's not who you are. Once you get past all of that, then the battle begins again, because then it's, when am I going to wake up? How do I wake up? What do I do to wake up? When's that going to happen? How do I do that? What do I need to learn for all of that? And then you say it's hard and it's hard and it's hard. I'm having a hard time. And then the problem now is you're in your own way. You're holding yourself back. You just don't know that. I want to wake up. I want to wake up. I want to wake up. You're not waking up. You keep saying I want to, in the future, in the future, in the future. How come I can't wake up? Now you're saying you can't do it. Now you're saying you have to get out of your way. I am awake. I am awake. I know that I'm awake, and I am awake. Okay. I am not in my way. I am awake. Okay. I am awake. I am awake, because when you do actually wake up, you're going to realize you were awake the entire time, because that's the truth. You just don't know it until you stop telling yourself that you're still veiled and that it's hard. Okay. That is literally then, because what happens, and here's what you're supposed to be doing. If you meditate and your meditation teacher is teaching you properly, they're teaching you that you're trying to get to that meditative state so that you can understand, know what it feels like, recognize it, and try to achieve that as fast as possible every time you're meditating. So you're not sitting here in a lotus position holding your fingers in gang sign symbols and trying to meditate for 6 hours a day. That's unnecessary. You don't need to do that. You need to achieve it faster and faster so that you can then stay in that meditative state all day long. And if anything distracts you, you pull yourself right back into that state of mind. Why? Because that is you. That is not the pain body. That is not the thinking mind. That is not the ego. That is not the conscience. That is you, the I am, the immortal light being that is not in this body, who thinks that you're in this body until you realize you're not. And if you put yourself in that state of mind, the ego can't tell you different. The ego's there, but it's real quiet. You hear it talk and you go, yeah, never mind you. Never, thanks. I'll keep that into consideration. And then you move on, and then you're in the now. The more you're in the now, not worry. If you're worried about the past, you're living in the past. If you're thinking about the future, you're living in the past as well. You're not living in the present. You're not living in the now. Okay. I am awake. I am in the now. I am abundance. Okay. Words are spelling. That's why they call them spelling. that's why you spell, right? They exactly, right? And of course they loop you. There you go. Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Ashley. So you have to change your mindset. It's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's not my fault. We're programmed that way. This place programs us. This algorithm puts us in that state. Our parents who are asleep, they put us into this state. This place puts us into the state. And then the bad people who are in charge, the people I call the controllers, they're honing that on you. Your education that you have is based on being obedient to them. If you go to church, your church schooling that you get from the church every Sunday is telling you to be obedient to authority. Be a good little Roman citizen. Okay? Be obedient. Obey your God. Worship, obey, obedience. That's what obey means, obedience. Okay, thank you for that. And then you go and watch programs on television. There's a reason why they're called programs. They're programming your mind. The programs on television, when you wake up, you're going to look at them and you're going to see Mr. Rogers. If you don't know what that is, look up Mr. Rogers and watch Mr. Rogers and the way he interacts with children. And he's talking down to the children as children, and he's talking to the children that are watching him on TV. Everything he says is very slow, boys and girls, and it's very excitable. It was beautiful for teaching children. Then you're going to turn on the regular programs that you used to watch on television. You're going to realize they're doing the same thing. They're doing the exact same thing. They're just doing it instead of for 5 and 6 year olds, they're doing it from 11 to 14-year-olds. And they're programming your mind to act a certain way, think a certain way, react to certain triggers that they're programming into your mind. And you watch them all day until you fall asleep. And the commercials are brainwashing you and telling you what to buy, when to buy it, and how to buy it. That's why in the United States, which you don't know until you leave the United States, you're one of only 2 countries on the face of the earth that allow pharmaceutical companies to broadcast commercials. On the face of the earth, you guys in, like, I don't know, like Moldova or something. I mean, that's probably wrong. But the United States, I didn't know that until I left. Right? We need a new Mr. Rogers. Well, they had Tom Hanks play him in the movie just a few years ago. Right? I'm gonna take a drink of my coffee. TikTok coffee, not alcohol. Coffee. Thank you very much. So they redid it and they had Tom Hanks to play the part. I never saw that version of it, but I saw clips and he did a pretty good job. Right? Maybe I'm the new Mr. Rogers. Right? I'll be your guys' new Mr. Rogers. I'll do that for you. Right? This is what I'm doing here. I'm talking to you guys, and you guys are just barely starting to wake up. Right? Some of you are starting to see through the cracks. That's why you don't think I'm crazy. That's why when you got here and you started hearing me talk, you're like, yeah, I knew it. This guy's telling the truth. Because if you didn't, you get here and you're here for like 3 seconds and you go, I'm out. Right? I'm out. Keanu Reeves would probably be a good Mr. Rogers if he wanted to be. He's actually a good actor when he's actually acting. When they let him act instead of forcing him into a role of some action hero. My cat wants in. Hold on a second. I'm going to open the door because he's being very nice and he's laying down at the door and looking at me wantingly instead of trying to climb the screen or meow at me. So hold on. I'm going to let the cat in for a second. Okay, I'll be right back. Buddy, go come inside. There you go, Bob. The baby boy, that one, huh? Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay. So you have to realize, do you sun gaze? No. If you look at the sun, if you stare at the sun, you're going to end up going blind, man. You don't want to stare at the sun. Oh, it doesn't hurt to look around at the universe, that's for sure. Right? But yeah, I mean, you could look at the sun, but I wouldn't stare at it. That'll get you into trouble doing that, staring at the sun. That'll burn your eyes eventually, right? I'm going to dip, take it easy. Okay, hopefully prescription, hopefully what I said is something that's helping you in some way. If not, I apologize that you didn't get it. If you like it, press that button to follow us and hit that bell so you know when I go live. Otherwise, I'll see you after. I'll see you next time. Okay. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next live if you show up. Right. Have a good day. Thanks for coming in. Okay, everybody else, smash those hearts. Faye, thank you for that. I didn't. You gave me that heart there, and I don't know if I said thank you. I probably said thank you, but didn't know who did it. Okay, so let's see. It's okay 20 minutes before sunrise and sunset, right? Yeah, you can do that. Then it's not so bad. Yeah, but don't look at it during an eclipse. That's bad for you. Is the Earth flat? No, no. That entire thing, I talk about that just about in every live. That entire concept came out of the ancient scrolls, the ancient religious texts, and the creation stories of the world. All the creation stories of the world in the ancient times told of, and like the Vikings still have it, the Japanese still have it. Who else still has it? There's a couple more that still have it. If you go back to Marduk and that pantheon from the Enuma Elish from Mesopotamia, they still have it where there were giants, right? Frost giants with the Vikings. So when the world was created, like the Japanese one, the world was created, there was nothing, and then there was the creation. And then they floated dirt on the waters because the primordial ooze created the water. And then they put the dirt on the water, and the Japanese islands were floating because they didn't know that they were connected to underneath the water. They thought they were floating. And then a giant was helping them do that. And then the giant got tired and laid down and went to sleep. and then it was sleeping on the land, so they had to do something about it. So they unalived the giant, because you can't say that word, it starts with a K or a D. And the giant was then unalive, but not unalive, but sleeping. That's the same thing they said about Tiamat. It's the same thing they said about the frost giants. Not the giant. I forgot what his name was. He has a weird name in the Viking pantheon. And then they took the skull of the head of the giant, and the head of the giant is the dome of the sky. Okay, so the head of the giant is the dome of the sky, and the teeth of the giant are the mountains. Okay, and the bones of the jaw is the land, and the blood is the waters. Okay, and that's the way all of those stories go, all the way back to Mesopotamia. So in that story, that's an allegory for you're in the mind of the creator, you're in the head of the creator. Okay, the creator went to sleep, and you're in the head of the creator. Okay, so from that, when they started controlling things, they took away that part that was expanding your consciousness to the possibility that you were actually in the mind of the creator while the creator is sleeping. And then people said, well, the dome of the sky, so we have a dome there, and so the planet must be flat, because if we're inside of a dome, then that means that we're about right there, in the giant's head, and this is everything up there. You see the heavens and all of that, and this is where we are. And because we're in our minds, this is the place we think we're located, inside of our heads. So it makes sense to children that you're here. That means you're there in the giant who's sleeping. Okay, so then now the earth is flat. So then people believed that you could fall off the edge of the earth, right? If you sailed far enough, you'd fall off the edge of the earth, or you'd fly out into oblivion. Okay, and they believed that all the way up until the 1700s. Then somewhere in the 1700s, I don't remember the exact date, but flat earthers will tell you that date, because that's their god, and that's the guy they worship. There in the 1700s, a man who wanted to prove that the earth was entirely flat sailed out, and he claims he sailed out with his entire fleet of guys on his ship, his whole crew. Thank you for that. Sailed out and claimed that he had found the ice wall that goes around the planet. Okay, all of that is based on maps that were topical maps that they used to make of the world. And when they did that, along the edge, they would have a landmass that went all the way around the landmass. Those maps that were square and sometimes round, those were made so that they were manufactured that way and given to people or bought by people, and they would have a globe, and they would take that map and they would put it over the top of the globe and glue it to the globe. When you did that and you took all that land and put it down at the bottom, it would become a little teeny piece of land. And that's the maps that survived, and people saw them. People who are cartographers know that. People who are not look at those and go, look, it's proof right here. There's that ice wall that he said was there. This landmass that goes all the way around the earth, because the earth is flat. The earth wasn't flat. That comes out of this ancient thing about the dome of the sky being in the head of a giant. So therefore, the dome of the sky and the heavens are just cracks in the skull of the God who's sleeping, whose head we're in. Okay. Because the truth is, you're in the mind of the creator. This is all in the mind of the creator. You're a part of the creator. You are the creator, and you are daydreaming or night dreaming, and you're trying to figure out who you are as you're becoming. Okay, that's the truth of what's happening. So eventually you'll get to that realization. So that part was supposed to get people to that. So then they believe that. So until from all the way back 20, 30,000 years ago, until the 1700s, people believed you could fall off the edge of the earth, and that the water just kept running and running and was falling off the edge. And then some guy went out there and said, this map is the way it really is, and it's round like this. And then when people said, well, we want to go and find that, how do I do that? Oh, you can't, because there's this magic that I was immune to, and my entire crew was immune to, mind you. But nobody corroborated his story. But we could sail out and find it, but you guys can't. It'll make you turn to the right, and you can never see it. So there's no way you can prove me wrong, because you can just sail forever, and it'll just be forever. And it's because there's something there that you can't see. So all of the people who are telling you that you can't tell that the earth is flat because there's a trick photography, or the glasses or the helmet that you're wearing is curved, and that's causing you to see the earth curved, and that you would have to witness it from space, which doesn't exist, to prove that that was real, can't prove to you that the earth is flat, because they would have to go and show you the firmament or the ice wall, and nobody's been able to do that. Or they would have to be able to And then they lie and say, well, there was a video where, since AI, there was a video where they bounced something off of the ceiling and it was actually up there and they bounced a missile off of it. And everyone has this legend of that. And if it was there, it would be all over the place. And the flat earth people would be making all kinds of money, and it's not. Okay. The earth is not flat. The earth is not flat. Okay. The earth is not flat because that's not how the universe works, because you're actually in one single brain cell of the creator. And science is starting to figure that out. Okay. And if you don't believe me, you can Google that, or you can go to my podcast, watch the beginning opening credits of my podcast for the song that plays, and watch the video on the MP4. And you'll see that I show you all of this sacred geometry in the universe. And then I show you a picture of one brain cell next to a picture of the universe, and they're identical. The difference is the universe has more neural pathways than my little teeny brain cell does. Okay. So as below, so above. So here's some more proof that'll freak you out that science hasn't gotten onto yet. So those ancient stories where there was a giant and we're inside the head of the giant who's sleeping in the head of the creator who's asleep trying to figure out what's going on. But then the other stories came to the one that said, so let there be light, right? So yeah, a rocket, they say, just like they say there's ice wall out there that nobody can find. Yeah, didn't happen. Okay. So, because I've been there, I'm not from here. I know what the planet looks like. Okay. So, but you won't believe me because you're from here. Some of you are not, but you don't remember it. Okay. So here's the thing. Then we have this story of the creator said, let there be light. And then there was light. And then the creator created life. So light and life. And they coincide. Light first, then life, we say. And then everything expanded out from there. Okay. So then science says there was a big bang. Well, what was that big bang? Well, there was light. There was an explosion of nothing. From nothing came an explosion of light. And then everything came out of that and is expanding out of that. And I scratch my head and I say, as a theologian, I say, religion says the same thing. There is no God, the science say. There is no God, and that's just folly. Well, weird, because they say the same thing, that there was nothing and then there was an explosion of light and then everything came out of that. And you're saying there was nothing and there was an explosion of light and everything came out of that. But you're saying that there wasn't a creator who created it. It just happened by itself. Well, that story about the creator says the creator's not quite sure how it happened either. It's just that it kind of happened, right? Isn't that weird that these ancient things say what your science says? And they're like, no, we can prove our empirical stuff. Can you? Well, okay, so let's go look at that. Okay, so according to science, we have the building blocks of sacred geometry, and the sacred geometry goes like, right, we have a triangle, and then things move to a square, a hexagon. Pretty soon we have these different names for 8 sides, 9 sides, and it's moving into bigger quantities, right? If you take that and put that next to cellular division, guess what happens? It's the same thing as cellular division. So the flower of life is multiple cells inside of a membrane that is moving into and transporting into and dividing into many other cells. Weird that it mirrors as below, so above, as within, so without, which has been told how that mirrors the way things work in the universe. And then, weirdly, right, if you look at a video which they filmed of a single sperm cell getting into an egg, when the sperm cell goes through the membrane and gets into the egg and inseminates the egg, you know what happens in that insemination? There's an explosion of light that happens, and then all life starts beginning and it expands out from that. So weirdly, the way life begins for a human or anything else begins exactly the way that these religions claim, that there was nothing and then there was an explosion of light and then everything comes out of that. And then science said there was nothing and then there was an explosion of light and everything comes out of that. But they say none of that shit's combined or connected, except for when they take one single brain cell and take a picture of it and take a picture of the universe, and they're identical. That's weird. And then science gets on to the idea that the way memory works is weird. It works like a hologram. There's a guy named Michael Talbot that wrote a book called the Holographic Universe, You should take a look at it. And they did all these tests on animals and humans and the brain and the way it remembers things. And it appears that our brain acts like a hologram, that every bit of our memory is in every place in the entire brain. And you could take a section of it out and it'll have your entire life's memory up to that moment on that little teeny section. And that's the way it works in everything. And then science is now realizing that the universe seems to be working exactly the same way. But there is no God. None of that stuff that was written in those ancient tomes has anything to do with anything in science with empirical proof, except for the more that science improves, the more it's proving those old dusty tomes actually are saying the exact same thing. Okay? So the earth is not flat because nothing in the universe is flat and works that way. The universe itself is literally, the Milky Way galaxy is a cell inside the universe, which the universe itself is one single brain cell. And it would appear to be that way. Okay, so if we're not in the mind of the creator, which the ancients said that we were in all of the creation stories, that we're inside the sleeping giant, inside the head of the sleeping giant. Okay, if we're not inside the head of the sleeping giant and that wasn't to be taken literal, okay, then that means that we're not inside of a dome. So that means that the earth isn't flat and there isn't a dome because that comes from the belief that we're inside the head of a big giant. Okay, you can look that up. I'm a theologian and I have 4 religious titles. I've been studying this my whole life. That's where that came from. So people believe the earth was flat forever and ever and ever. And then the whole flat earth theory comes from a guy in the 1700s who believed that the water wasn't falling off the edge. And he claims that he proved it because he went there. But he also claims that you can't go there and no one else can because the firmament's going to make you turn right and you can never see the firmament. And I'm like, if that guy was immune to it, that means other people are immune to it. And that means somebody can go there and film it and go, look, this is forever. And I'm gonna literally show that I go around in circles like this. Oh no, and they have an answer for it. No, because your GPS won't let you see that. Your GPS makes you think you're going in a circle this way. So the GPS figured out that we have to make them do that, right? So the universe itself is fooling us. So the universe is alive now. So maybe we are in the mind of the creator. The universe is alive. It's aware of us and it's fooling us so that we think we're going straight when we're not because it's containing us on purpose. So what does that mean? Then all of a sudden flat earthers get this idea that there's other planets we can go to and there's aliens and they created us. But wait, I thought you said that space didn't exist and we have a dome we can't get out of. Then they usually go, fuck you, man, and then they block you. They just change their story when it doesn't suit them because they have no education. They also believe in the Anunnaki, and the Anunnaki doesn't exist. There is no race of people called Anunnaki, never was. People who actually translated that say that. Okay, the earth's not flat. There's not a dome there, my friend. You can believe it as long as you want, and you can stay right here as long as you want, and I don't care. That's why I made that video. Okay, I'm not here to be your Christ. I'm here to show you tools. If you want to use the tools, you can pick them up and look at them. If you don't want to use the tools, sit down and wait. Okay? Just hang on. Okay? Because if that's all you can do, do it. Sit down, figure out what you're going to do in life and do it. Okay? But if you want to learn something, start thinking for yourself and stop going, well, those guys have a compelling case. If you think the earth is flat, go out there and prove it. Okay? They won't do that because they say you can't. You can't because the governments are hiding that. Do you know how many people that literally means that half the population of the earth is hiding the fact that we're in a flat dome from the other half of the population? You know that, right? Because everybody in every government, everybody that's ever flown, everybody that ever will fly, everybody that works on an aircraft, everybody that works on the fake space program in every single country, not just the United States, every country in the world, every pilot is lying, every stewardess is lying, every person who's ever built an aircraft is lying, everybody in every military that's ever been on a ship or on a aircraft is lying to you. Every single person that's ever been in any government, how many presidents have the United States had alone for the past 250 years? They all know about it, and you think they're keeping that away from their own family members? So you think, well, it's just NASA and like the president, dude. Really? That's it? That's all you think? What about every government? How many countries are there on the planet? That means there's a head of every single government. They have an air force. They have planes that fly domestically and overseas. They have ships that fly around the world. They have everything that every country has. That means literally half the country is lying to the other half of the country just so they wouldn't have to change the books. Only children with a simple mind of a 5-year-old would believe that. True story. And I don't care what they come up with as the ideas, the concepts of how the earth is flat and how they proved it is one guy claimed 300 years ago that he went and saw it, but you can't do it. That's it. That's the whole basis of the whole entire story. Look it up. Talk to whoever it is that's your best friend who says the earth is flat. Who said the earth was flat? Who was the first person that ever said that? Right? Well, it goes back to the dawn of time. It goes back to the creation story of we're inside the dome of someone's head. The dome of the sky is a giant's head. That's where that goes back to. So if the earth is flat, then we're in the head of the fucking God, bro. Because we're inside the sleeping God, giant God. We're in its head. Okay, and if that's the case, it looks like this. That means there's an outside to it. Uh-oh, that theory's shot. Children believe anything if they're simple-minded enough, and you keep the education away from them and discourage them from thinking like an adult. That is what's happening to you here. Wake up. Okay? The earth is flat, but there's a God. Where's God? So if you're a flat earther, you can't believe in God because God doesn't exist in this place. God exists somewhere else. That means there is something else that's not this place. Okay? Oh, but we can't get there. Why? Because the firmament? Do you know what that word means? Somebody was in my last live, and I said that, and they're like, do you know the firmament means air, means water, means doesn't mean wall, right? You should look up that word. I don't know the etymology to it, so I haven't proven it, but I just laughed and went, I never looked up the etymology of that. Where did that word come from? We should look that up. How do we do that? Let's look up the word firmament and see what it means in the where it came from. What language did the word firmament come from? Let's ask one of the AI bots that you guys love to quote, right? Oh, I have to turn on. What is the? Oh, I started doing that. Hold on, let me start over. Let's do this again. Now it's tripping. Hold on, I got it all out of whack here. Hold on. Let me go back. We'll try this again. Somebody else try it while I'm trying to fight with my Google. Why is it doing this now? It's asking me if I want to. Hold on. Somebody else look it up. Hurry. I'm going on Chrome. That's what my problem is, I think. Let me close this. Do this again on Google. Let's talk to Google. What is the etymology of firmament, the word? All right, here we go, guys, right? Firmament originated from the Latin firmamentum, a support, strengthening, derived from firmus, firm, solid, satisfying a solid vaulted sky. Okay, so how is it that the firmament, if it means sky, if it means, let's say it means support or strengthening, doesn't mean that it's a wall, right? Weird. Okay, but it does mean firm or solid. So let's say it means solid sky. Okay, how does that have the magical ability to make me turn to the right? Let's see if it says that. Okay, let's see if it says that. Does anybody have any idea? Smash those hearts, champions, while you're in here. Let's figure it out. Does anybody know the answer to that? How does the vaulted sky, the firm sky, have the? Should I ask the Google? How does that have the magical properties to make my brain think I'm turning to the right long before I can see the wall itself? Because we can see light more than 10 miles away. So if we're there, that means that thing has to be hundreds of miles. I don't know if you've ever been driving anywhere and seeing a mountain range that was 100 miles away, you can see that. So that means that the firmament has to have the ability to make us turn before we can see 100. I don't know how far we would be able to see, 100 miles, 1,000 miles to see a wall, right? So how far does it have to be away, and where does it get magnetism? Oh, I love that, right? Is that a theory? Did you just come up with that? Magnetism. So a magnet is going to make me turn to the right without knowing that it's a magnet, without me knowing it, right? So it's going to work on everything, including your GPS, which GPS is up to a satellite. So it's going to bend the signal, but you're going to still have the satellite connection, weirdly. And it's because that's what your phone syncs up to. That's why it's called a cell phone, because it syncs up to a satellite. And then people have these things called a sat phone, which also goes to a satellite closer in the orbit. So what you're saying is that your sat phone that is going to be able to geosynchronize your position on a global scale is also affected by a magnetic waveform that none of us can feel, right? And the theory behind that is when you go up to the North Pole, it starts going weird, so therefore it's the firmament. But it doesn't happen when you go any other way besides the north and the south, which that kind of blows that thing out of the water, right? I've been here for 10 minutes and I have no clue what we're talking about. That's hilarious. We're talking about, someone asked me the question if the earth is flat, and I'm telling them how the earth is not flat, that it's actually round. And people who have flat earth disease, their vibration is between 11 and 14 years. That's where they are mentally, because most people are between 11 and 17 years of age, maturity level. That's actually what the IQ test is based on. It's based on the fact that people's IQ is between 100 and 130, maybe 134, and you're a genius at 135. If you look up the person who invented the IQ test, not what the IQ is based on, but the actual findings of the scientific report that the IQ test was made from, it was the person who designed it said the average person's IQ is between 100 and 100 and say 134, somewhere in that range. And that means that the maturity level of 99% of the population is between 11 and 17 years of age. That's what the IQ test is about. And they're keeping your IQ below 135 so that you don't think like an adult. And your IQ can be learned. Your IQ goes up as you learn, unless they keep you from learning, which is what they're doing here. They're focusing your attention on the reality that they're creating for themselves. My IQ is currently above 165. I've had that IQ since I was born. The US government tried to recruit me at 11 years of age to go to work for the US government at 11. And I said no. They did not like that. Okay. True story. I wouldn't lie about that. You can't lie about that. Okay. So thank you. I don't know how to say your name because it looks like it's in Japanese or one of those languages, and I'm not too fluent in that. I'm not sure what that is. I think it's Japanese. Could be Korean. I'm learning that language, but I'm figuring it out. So the IQ test is, if you look it up, you Google it, it'll say it's intelligent quotient questions that are. But if you look up the pros and cons of that, you're going to find that if you take that IQ test that they have for you, it's designed so that the Ivy League rich kids test higher on the IQ, and anybody else that doesn't have any of the points of reference to the questions is actually going to test lower than them. So they're going to pretend they're more intelligent than you. And some people looked at that and said, what if we change the questions for the poor kids in, say, Compton in the United States, where the poor kids are, and make the reference questions stuff that they would understand, but the rich kids wouldn't. And guess what happened? It flipped the script. All of a sudden, those poor kids had a higher IQ, and the rich kids were testing low because they had no point of reference to answer the questions. Like if a woodchuck could chuck wood, right? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? If you don't know what a woodchuck is, you can't answer that question. How can you answer that question, right? If you know what a woodchuck is, it's a beaver. They can't chuck wood. Okay, you even have to also know what chucking wood means. You can't answer that question if you don't have the reference. Okay, so they do that to trick you so that you stay in a lower mentality. You think that you're not smart. You think that you can't get smart because they tell you that's your IQ and that's what you're stuck with for the rest of your life. You're born with it. They tell you that so they can keep control of you. They don't want you to know that as you learn, your IQ goes up. As you become actually wise and learn real things, your IQ goes up and you develop, your brain develops like a muscle. And then at one point, when you become a person with an IQ of 136, you're considered a genius. Now you're 18 years of age mentally. You can look that up. I'm not making that up. True story. Okay. You can look all these facts up what I'm telling you. So they're keeping you by your education that they're giving you. They're lowering your education. Okay, I'm 58. When I was 21 years of age, I was taking care of my grandmother, who was 82. She was becoming unalived by cancer. Okay, and I was taking care of her. I was talking about taking the ASFABs when I was 18 and what I needed to do because I found a copy of one of the tests. She said, let me take a look at that. And I handed it to her. She goes, this is what you needed to do. And I said, well, basically, that's what you need to get out of high school and then get into college. And this is where they kind of place you. And she says, really? And she starts reading it all. And she says, here, hold on a second. Hands me that. She gets up. She walks out of the room. She comes back in. And I said, what? And she says, this piece of paper right here, I've kept stuff from my life as well. This piece of paper right here is the test that I needed to take and pass to go from the 3rd grade to the 4th grade. And she handed it to me. And I opened it up and I couldn't answer some of the questions in that thing. So what my grandmother was learning to go into the 4th grade was more than I was learning to go into college. That's how much they had lowered the educational program for the people. Okay, you can look that up. Right? And that's what and then you end up believing everything that they have taught you. That's why you have to unlearn everything that you know. They tell you that no religion is real and they're all fake and there is no creator of the universe. You know why? Because there's one thing that I learned having 4 religious titles, 5 spiritual titles, and by being a theologian, is that there is an information that every single religion was teaching you that they're not telling you about. And they're keeping that information from you, including, say, this Christianity thing. The Christianity, and I'm a Christian minister, and I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. Christianity is teaching you to be a good little Roman citizen, and it's teaching you to sit down and wait here because God's coming back for you. It's not teaching you the way. When Jesus was here, he was his thing that he was teaching his people was called the way, not Christianity. Okay. It was called the way. And the way was there is a way to get to heaven. And every single one of you has that way within yourself. And if you look at the Tao Te Chi, that book and the name of that book means the way. Lao Tzu, 634 BCE, was teaching the way. Okay. So my reference it's in this book right here. And I'll tell you about it in a second. It's in this book right here called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. I'm not the only person who references it or talks about it on the face of the earth. Okay. And that reference is the way you get out of here. And every single story, the story of Jesus was the way. The story of Jesus is the way. John 3:16, the God so loved the earth, he sent his only begotten son. So his supposed only begotten son came down to earth, lived among the people as a mortal, okay, did miracles, then walked on water, did all these things, right? Then at the age of 33, he became unalived and then resurrected 3 days later and then ascended to heaven and became the light of the world, right? Are we all in agreement on that? Anybody who's religious? Are we in agreement on that? That's what Jesus did. Okay. So do you know the story of Thor and his father, the All-Father, creator of the world called Odin in the Viking pantheon? Odin so loved Middle Earth, that he sent his only begotten son, Thor, down into physical form to live among the people. And while down in physical form as a human, that person performed miracles and he became unalived and then resurrected. And both of those people, Jesus and Thor, both fought a serpent. Jesus fought the serpent and the dragon and had to overcome that serpent and that temptation. Thor fought the dragon of the North Sea and did the same. Then Thor was resurrected and crossed Bifrost, the Rainbow Bridge, to go back to heaven. Cracked the sky with his lightning hammer, illuminated the world and became the light of the world, and got illuminated back up to God status. Same story. And 33, I forgot, right? You like this part, right? 33 years of age. Thor was 33. Jesus was 33. So was Marduk in that story. So was Osiris. So was Shiva. So was Moses. They were all 33 when they did this job of becoming the light of the world and being the savior. 33 runs of Jacob's ladder. 33 vertebrae in your spine. Okay. 33 is my, I forgot 33, right? Okay, so yeah, true story. So every single religion that is out there, the story of the Savior is identical. They all walked on water, they performed miracles, they were sent by their Father, they came down and descended into Middle Earth, Midgard, whatever you want to call this place. They were human, then they became unalived, was resurrected. And Bifrost, what is Bifrost? The Rainbow Bridge. Going across the spinal column with what? The chakras, rainbow. Okay. The story of Santa Claus, whether you want to know it or not, the story of Santa Claus is the same. Santa Claus comes from the North Pole, goes down your chimney. Okay. The North Pole is in your head. The chimney is your claustrum, where you get the word claws from. There's a hole in your brain stem that goes from your hippocampus down to your intricate system. Okay, and in the ancient times, that was called the claws. The claws in all the Viking languages was a grommet hole that held the sails in, and was the hole in the roof, the chimney. Santa is not the Latin word for saint. Santa was the middle Viking word in the middle Norwegian for grandpa or uncle, and I'm pretty sure it's still that, because tanta still means grandma or auntie. Wise one who went through the chimney. And what does he do? He goes down the chimney and back up the chimney. Down the chimney and back up the chimney. That is the Christ oil within your body that goes down your spinal column and back up your spinal column. Okay, and that happens every single month, and it happens to every single person depending on your zodiac sign, when the moon moves into your zodiac sign, and they all knew about it in every religion. Then it was taken out of the religion. They're still there, but the teaching was stopped by evil people who wanted to keep you stuck here and didn't want you to know it anymore, and all of it was removed. So Jesus, who was teaching the way, his religion, when they created a religion out of it, and then 520 or 325 AD, when Constantine, the emperor in Rome, was making that the religion of the Roman Empire, which was a conquering warlike nation, had to change a few things, and that whole ascension thing and thinking for yourself, that needed to go. Okay, and they removed it and twisted it, Tara. Absolutely, you're aware of that, right? Question. Wait, what's the question here that somebody has? Bratz, I love that name, right? Question. So how is the SR-71 able to maintain flight when it's faster than a 30-06 bullet? You should look up avionics. Not going to go on to talking about that, from talking about religion and spirituality and talking about that kind of stuff, right? There's my wife. She just popped in. Hi, baby. I love you. Right. There's Brooke. Follow her. That's my wife. Follow my wife. Right. Yes, in the recent years and alone outside my family and my friends, a bit lonely. That does happen when you start waking up and you start knowing what's going on and you see this stuff going on. Your circle gets smaller. Don't despair with that. Those people who are thinking you're cuckoo cuckoo now, it's because they're still sleeping and you can't do anything about that. They have to wake up when they want to. You have to focus on yourself and then try to help them in any way you can. But you can't yell at them and tell them they're asleep, because they'll just get mad at you and call you crazy, right? That's the first thing we do. We get mad and we kind of look into that, right? Did they twist the way? Yeah, yes, Bob, they have. They've literally, look at what Jesus was teaching. Okay, Jesus was teaching a way to get to heaven, which was teaching you to look within yourself and take care of this Christ oil. Then when he left, they turned it around to wait here Jesus is now a God, not married to Mary Magdalene, doesn't have any children. Nobody can be married if you belong to the church, right? So all of a sudden, his entire way by 325 and then 50 years later, there was a couple more councils. All of a sudden, it was a warlike thing that said the way to get to heaven is to come to church, pay your tithing, sit down here, learn a relationship with God. They still teach you that, and they teach you to the book of Romans now. Constantine said, we got to teach the book of Romans. What does that teach you? It teaches you obey authority, listen to what you're supposed to do, don't get mad at anybody, and be friends with everybody, and come to church every Sunday so we can tell you how to go to heaven. And we have to throw water on your head, and you have to keep coming to church and paying us a tithing. That's not what Jesus was teaching at all. Nothing of what Jesus was teaching are they teaching you now. They just keep saying words that he said, and they use those words. Like when people say, well, what Jesus said he was coming back, where did he say that? He never said, wait here, I'll come back for you. They lie and they make stuff up, okay? And they change words in the Bible. And here's some words that they change, right? Each person made this experience for themselves, right? Exactly. That's the other thing. My wife's being honest with you and telling you that none of this is happening to you. All of this is happening for you. Okay. That's my wife telling you that right there, right? The contract you wrote for your lesson in this life. Because that's what, unfortunately, you guys have to know that. None of this is happening to you. All of it's happening for you. You're the one who designed your life. Everything that's happening to you is because you wanted it to. You don't know that right now. And some of you get mad when I tell you that because you don't want to be responsible for yourself. Because if you're playing the victim, you want to point the finger at other people and say, they did it. They do it. I'm a product of my society. I can't do anything about who I am because they made me who I am. That's a cop-out, so you don't have to actually do anything, right? There is no light without darkness. That's right. There's no up without down. There's no out without in. There's no left without right. There's no back without front. You have to have everything. There has to be a balance. That is the yin and the yang. Right? That's the Vesica Pisces, the yin and the yang, right? You got to have that middle ground where everybody, you have to have that. That's the heart chakra where everything comes over that, right? You have to realize that. No day without night. That's right. Okay. So, yeah, Joseph of Arimathea, that's actually not a bad idea to take a look at some of that stuff, right? Lifespan for 30 years of age. If you look at the stuff from back then, you'll see that Jesus had to be married by the time he was 30 in the Hebrew religion. So he couldn't have been a rabbi. And they called him a rabbi and let him have students. And he also taught in the synagogue more than once. So to be recognized as a rabbi, he would had to have been married and had to have had children. He had to have been married in that religion by the age of 30. And he was 33 when he was unalived on the cross. That means for that minimum, he had to be married for those 3 years. Okay. You have to look at that. Right. Being a Pisces sucks sometimes. You can control that stuff, right? You choose to make it hard. You see what my wife was saying? You choose to make it hard. You need to learn from it and grow from it. Anything that comes up in front of you. You know how when you guys say, oh man, I'm, sitting around and like all these people are becoming unalived. I lost my cat. I lost my dog. I lost my mom. I lost my brother. All of those are coming up because somewhere in the things that you designed that you wanted to have that experience to learn something. And so it keeps being put in front of you. This matrix keeps putting those things in front of you that you want so that you learn from it. If you ignore it, it'll put it in front of you again. Okay? Yeah, and learn the I am. I am awake. You see what my wife's putting in there? Not I'm waking up. Not I want to be awake. Not I'm going to wake up. I am. That's why they keep telling you they don't want you to say I am. I am's evil. You can't say I am because they realize that the I am is what you're supposed to be doing. Look at Moses when he went and talked to the burning bush. And he said to the burning bush, who will I say sent me, my Lord? I don't know your name. And he said, I am that I am. Tell them I am sent you. Because that's consciousness. That is the next realization. I think, therefore I am. That is becoming self-aware. So that goes all the way back to the Greeks 5,000 years ago. The concept of I think, therefore I am. I am. They don't want you to say I am because I am conscious. I am awake. I am strong. Everything that it comes after the word I am, they don't want you to know. So they don't want you saying I am. And that's how you hear people saying that now. You can't say I am and you can't go into the light, man, because those are evil, bad guys. Bad guys. The I am is evil. Run from it. Run from it. Run from it. You're sitting in a room and there are four walls, and there's only one door, and there's no windows, and in front of you is a coffee table, and on that coffee table is a key. That key looks like it goes to that door, and every time you think that and you get up and want to go and open that door, somebody stops you and tells you not to do it because there's a dragon out there. Do we think Mary Magdalene was Mary Magdalene was in fact his wife? Dan Brown, who read the same four books that I read while researching that, he came up with the same empirical evidence that Mary Magdalene had to have been married to Jesus, and I'll cover that, okay? And so he wrote the book, The Da Vinci Code, which became the movie, based on, if that's true, there might be descendants of Jesus walking the earth today. What if that was going on? Then the church would have to hunt them down and unalive them, because if I said I was Jesus's great, 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 great grandson, and I could prove it with my DNA, because we can prove that today, who were all the billions of people who call themselves Christians going to listen to, me or the Pope in Rome? The Pope in Rome would have to look for me and get rid of me to keep their power and control. So let's go over that, right? So was Adam and Eve real? That was also that entire story about Adam and Eve came from an older story that some of you guys know that was Adama, and then other people know that it was a different story. It comes from the story of Adapa. Adam and Eve, that entire story about the fruit of the tree of life was not what they're showing you in that story now. That story was completely worked over to get women to shut up so they could take control and say, it's your fault. You need to be quiet and move over and be subservient, because they were taking the sacred feminine away. All right, so let me get back over onto the Jesus story. So you can look this up. In the time of Jesus, 2,000 years ago, he had to be married, everyone, male and female. They had arranged marriages, and they had to be married by the time, I love you, my Satori, and I'll see you after work. Thank you, baby. So they had to be married, and it was usually an arranged marriage. They had to be married by the time they were 30, and that's just the way it was. So now let's get back to that. So Jesus was married to someone. So we have books that were taken out of the Bible that said Jesus and Mary were always together. Sorry, the train going by. Jesus and Mary were always together. She was Jesus's companion. 2,000 years ago, that word meant spouse. Did not mean friend like it does today. Meant spouse. Okay. Secondly, she walked around with a hijab on all the time. Today, everyone does that. Back then, you only did that in that religion if you were married. So Mary Magdalene was married to somebody. People today want to say she was married to John the Baptist. Couldn't have been. John the Baptist and her never met. So then they go, well, she hung out with John, right? John James's brother. So maybe she was married to John, and that's what they want you to believe, because they can't have her being married to Jesus. I'm going to throw some light onto that as well. You can look this up. It's empirical evidence. At the time, back then in Roman law, if they were to whip me and torture me and I bleed on the floor, the Romans aren't cleaning that up. Okay? The people who are my direct relatives have to clean that up. That is empirical evidence. You can see that. Okay. So you literally, I hate computers. So now what are you trying to say, that I'm AI? Bro. Okay. I hate computers. I'm going to have to mute you then, dude. So if you want to stay, you can stay and learn something, but I'm not a computer, right? Just because I'm not looking at your questions while I'm still trying to talk and answer other things, right? Yeah. So have fun. All right. See you around, buddy. Right. You're cool. I'll see you on the flip side, right? Okay, so let's continue now that he's silenced. So if he's still here, too bad. I apologize. He was, for whatever reason, deciding that I wasn't paying attention to him, so he got mad at me and said I hate computers, like I was a computer. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so we'll get to that, Bob. We'll get to that. Okay, so right, dude, it's a gold mine. I love it. Okay, so here we go. All right, so at that time, Jesus, his family had to clean that stuff up. You can look that up. Okay, so Pilate's wife, the man who ordered his torture, gave her towels to Mary, Jesus's mother, because she didn't agree with the whole torture. So they had to go and clean it up. So who showed up? Not the 12 apostles, not everybody who knew Jesus, not anyone else who knew Jesus at all showed up. Why not? Why were there no one there? Because they couldn't be there. So only the people who were related to him could be there. There were 3 people that cleaned up the blood. Mary, Jesus' mom, Mary Magdalene and John. They say John and Mary were not in any way related to Jesus. How did they get in there to clean up that blood? Did they lie? Because they would know that. The Romans knew that they kept meticulous records. So Mary Magdalene was there. She was married to Jesus, I tell you truly. And John was Jesus' younger brother, and so was James. And they lied about that because Jesus couldn't have any siblings. You can look that up. Joseph and Mary had other children after Jesus. Okay? John and James, who were supposed to be the sons of Zebedee, were in fact the sons of Mary. Okay, but James wasn't there, was he? Where was James when that happened? James was off doing something, wasn't he? Okay, that's why he wasn't there, but Mary was. Mary was married to him, and John was his brother. That's why they did that. Okay, so after Jesus became unalived and all of that happened, let's not worry about the Acts of the Apostles yet, because that's another book that they don't teach you that you should read, because that's what happened after Jesus left, by the way. And he was there for 40 days, 40 days, where he became alive. He didn't just come back, pop into supper, and go, "Doubting Thomas, look at my hands," and then ascend to heaven. There's an entire chapter called Acts of the Apostles that takes place 40 days after Jesus was resurrected, and he was teaching them for 40 days. Then he left. You should look into that. Okay, so they're not teaching you that in Christianity today. Why? They're not even having you talk about the Acts of the Apostles very much. Why? Because they don't want you to know that Jesus was around. Okay? So literally, he's on the cross. They put him in the cave, right? He wakes up. The first person who sees him is Mary. And Mary, she goes and tells everybody. He shows up. 40 days he's with all of them, by the way. Then he leaves. Peter takes control of the church. He doesn't like Mary. You can look that up. It's still left in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Peter said, "I hate her and her entire kind, but it is better to marry than to burn." So Jesus was leaving the church to marry, but Peter usurped the church. Peter was homosexual. Every theologian knows that. He was homosexual, hated her because she was married to Jesus. He didn't like women, didn't want to be married, but he got married because he didn't want to be unalived by his own people for being homosexual. He immediately took control of the church and said, "If you're in the church, you can't get married," because he didn't want to get married. Okay? Look that up. That everyone in every theologian knows that, and they hide from that because they don't want the church mad at them. I don't care about the church. Then Mary shows up in the south of France. Go over to the south of France and ask the people in the south of France. They still parade a skull around that they say is Mary's. Shows up in the south of France with a little girl. Her name is Sarah. In Aramaic, at that time, that name meant what? Princess. They asked, "Who's this little girl that she showed up with?" She said, "That's my servant." That servant had the ability to heal with her hands and could talk to animals. And that servant grew up and married a prince and became queen of the south of France. And their children could talk to animals and heal with their hands. Only in TV would a slave, a servant girl, be able to marry a prince at any time on this earth. Specifically 2,000 years ago, that would not happen, and it did. Then, about 800 years later, that church claimed that Mary's body was still there, and they had her skull. They still do to this day, and they say they parade it around. That church said the church in Rome was usurped by evil people, and they were not teaching, because by that time, Constantine had changed the church and made it a warlike religion that it is today. Those people over in Rome are corrupted, and they're not teaching what Jesus was teaching, but we are teaching the way here that Mary taught us. So the Pope sent his knights to the south of France and unalived about 2 million people to shut them up. We know that story because there are books telling of 3 knights, the knights who protected the Holy Grail. That's when that was told. 3 knights who escaped with the Holy Grail and protected the Holy Grail. That's where that whole legend comes from. Comes from happening in the south of France when the Pope was trying to destroy the religion that said that they were not teaching the way Jesus was teaching. There are books that you can read this in. History books that you can read this in. Okay? So Mary showed up with a little girl who married a prince who became the queen of the south of France, and their descendants could talk to animals and heal with their hands. So somewhere on this earth, there's descendants of that little girl who was supposed to be a slave who grew up to marry a prince and became a queen. That's why Dan Brown wrote the book, The Da Vinci Code, and wrote the movie, or they wrote the movie out of it, because if it's true, which it looks like it is, the church would have to get rid of them. Okay? So you can look this stuff up. I'm not making it up. This is history. Okay? So, yeah, so they're hiding all of this and they're controlling all the information. So now let's go to that, right? And then let me get to Bob's question real quick, and then we'll go to what happened with all of that. Okay? Bob said, and then Pam says, oh, spare us, right? Yeah, you're right, Pam. I'll bet you go to Sunday school, so you know better than a person who has 4 religious titles and is a theologian who's been studying religion his entire life, right? Wrote a book about it too, right? So where's your book that you wrote about it, right? And you must have went to Sunday school, so you know more. All right. So did Jesus become unalived on the cross? Yes, because that's part of the storyline of what had to happen. He became unalived and then was resurrected, because you're supposed to go to heaven through Jesus, his way. What was his way? Become unalived in the flesh and become alive in spirit. You're supposed to do that. Okay. That's what we're supposed to be doing. So his example, literally in the flesh and figuratively in the words that he was teaching, were that inside of you is a Christ oil that happens every single month. The way to heaven is through the Christ oil. And Jesus was the Christ, and he was here to be the Christ. So he was saying the way to heaven is through me, through the Christ oil. And he was teaching you, and he was living the way of the Christ oil, came down to earth, sacrificed himself to become unalived in the physical plane, physicality, and become resurrected in the spirit. And that's what you're supposed to do. Your baptism is supposed to be your saying, I'm not going to live of the flesh. I am going to live of the spirit. And you're supposed to be dedicating yourself to the I am. I am the spirit, not I am the flesh. So you're supposed to be learning how to live that way in service to others, not in the physical plane anymore, even though you're in physicality, to pray and uplift yourself into the non-physical. And that was what he was showing in the physicality and through his teaching. And everyone else in every religion was doing the same thing. Then they took that information from you in the councils of Nicaea. And then the 2 councils after that, and controlled the religion, and they teach you the book of Romans, sit down, wait here, and then they make up a story that Jesus is God because he was the word of God. And then back in the creation story, back in Genesis, God created the world with the voice of God, and the voice was with God, and the voice was God. So Jesus, who was the voice of God, is obviously God. And there's your Trinity. In nomine Patri et Filii et Spiritus Sancti. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Move the feminine over, get her out of the way. Warlike, masculine, male-dominated religion, conquering everybody in the world. The Hebrews are still doing it. The Christians are still doing it. The entire religion of the Muslim religion is a warlike religion that tells you to rape and pillage and convert people, and then murder them if they don't convert. Okay, the Roman religion and the Greek religion were also the same, male dominated. You might have a bunch of gods, but the man was in charge. Women were nobody, and they were warlike cultures, and they were designed to keep people away from the feminine, away from the balance, away from the spiritual, in the physical, in the warlike, so that they could tell everybody, go over there and unalive those people, and you'll get reward by God afterwards. Okay, so yes, Jesus was real. Yes, he was on the cross, and all of that was an example, because he came here to be that, so that people would remember it. If he just told you the story like I'm telling you now, tomorrow you may not remember this story. But if he showed you by doing what it was that he was claiming that you could do in spirit, then you remember it 2,000 years later. Do you think anyone's going to remember me in 2,000 years? Maybe not. But they're going to remember that story in 2,000 more years, and all the other ones. Osiris, Thor, right? Marduk. Marduk is more than 5,000 years old, and we still remember that story. And he did the same exact thing. Okay, so we're still remembering the stories of that person who comes down into physical form, just like we did, We came down into physical form, and we're supposed to shake off this physical place and become spiritual once again and move out of the physical body into the spirit. Okay. And that is what you're here and you're supposed to be doing, but you're unaware of it because you were veiled. So you couldn't, so you're not being able to do it. Okay. But you're supposed to. They design, omit, what's that? They design, omit the divine feminine. Yes, they did. They literally go into every religion and take that out. They take out the divine feminine, say it's your fault, you're the problem, shut up, sit down. They have a book that's called The Witch's Hammer. You can look it up. The original book is in the Latin, not in the English. The Witch's Hammer is teaching people, priests, and anyone else how to control women and keep them from being free thinkers. And then they just unalived you. Think about how it went. You can look this up. If I accused you as a woman as being a witch, we would put you on trial. And I would say, look, there are ways we can tell. I have the book. If we burn her at the stake and she becomes unalived, well, then she wasn't a witch. But then again, you're dead. You're unalived, right? But if you don't burn, then we have to chop your head off because you're a witch. So if you survive me trying to burn you, we're gonna murder you. But if you don't, well, she wasn't a witch. Okay, she's gone. She's quiet. Or they would throw you in the water. If she floats, she's made of wood, so she's a witch. Fish her out and unalive her. But if she sinks to the bottom, then she obviously is not a witch. So if you become unalived in the water and drowned, again, shut you up either way. That was what they did. Okay. And that was to keep free thinking women quiet, keep all women quiet, keep them in control so that they would not in any way expand people's consciousness into all of what they are as the sacred feminine: love, nurturing, caring, all of those things. Okay. So they did that in every single religion that they could get their hands on from the top down, took everything out that was feminine, controlled everyone's mind to keep you between 11 and 17 years of age, not let you become an adult mentally. You're easier to control, make you live in fear, program your entire life. That's why they call them programs on television. Program your entire life. Your education is handpicked by them to keep you without getting a high education, keep you in a job that's menial, that just gives you enough money to continue working for them, to send all money upwards to them, and they keep all the wealth. Okay. It's even worse because they made our natural abilities given by God to be evil. That's what they did with all wisdom religions as well. When they first started taking control, they took anything that was a part of any religion that was wisdom and turned it upside down. That's why today you hear people saying, "Don't go into the light," and "Don't say I am," because those are evil. Okay. And if I do this to you, there's people that are going to say, I'm secretly giving you an Illuminati evil symbol, and this means I love you in sign language. Okay. So why is that? Because they're trying to make everybody not understand what's happening, and they're keeping you off balance, right? Are pentagrams evil? There's a difference between a pentagram and a pentacle. And most people don't know this. A pentacle is the same 5-pointed star with a circle around it with the point up to the top. That's an actual symbol of warding off evil. People in the supposed satanic religion flipped it upside down and put the goat head of Baphomet in there. Okay. And they tell you that that's evil. They did that with the cross, turned it upside down. Star of David, turned it upside down. Same thing. They took all the religions of the day and they said, whatever they are, we're for the opposite, and that's the religion of evil. Right? So at the time, do what thou wilt, but harm none, is the saying of all the people that are Wiccan, pagan, druids, including the Israelis. Do what thou wilt, but harm none in the world. So the evil religion said, do what thou wilt. Took off that harm none part. Do what thou wilt. Do whatever you want. Do you see? So they just took the biggest 3 religions and then turned everything upside down and then claimed it. And then people don't know the difference. So when you see the pentacle, which is the 5-pointed star with the point up, you associate it with evil, just like you do the pentagram. Pentacle, pentagram. Okay. So most people don't know that. So here's another example. On the belly of Ganesh, from the elephant god from that religion, he has a swastika on him. That symbol of the swastika was used to ward off evil for over 2,000 years. Then the Nazis got a hold of it, and now everybody sees it as a symbol of evil. The same exact symbol was the symbol and still is in that religion, a symbol to ward off evil. And the Nazis adopted it for themselves, and they were using it for the reason that it was there, trying to conjure up defense against all other negative energies that were going to try and stop them from doing what they were doing, using it as black magic. And now today, if you have a swastika, people say that you're a Nazi. Same reason. Okay? Same reason. Take all of your symbols, make you doubt them, make you think they're evil, tell you that everything that is up is down and down is up, and everything that's backwards is forwards, and everything that is the truth is a lie. Okay? So don't go into the light, because they're going to zap your immortal soul and you're going to come right back down here, because it's a prism that third dimensional aliens put you in. And then if you try to get away, they're going to come get you, and they're going to tell you that you're on a secret mission. Don't listen to them. They're lying to you, because you're going to zap your immortal soul and make you forget, and you're going to wake up in a body again. Or they're going to tell you that you're and not just on a secret mission, but that you have to keep coming back because you're from another place and you came here. That's all a lie. Those are all truths. I tell you that because I know that, because I am not veiled, and I came here from a high place. You come down here, and I've been doing that over and over and over, and some of you have too, to help out, right? Gnostic, they call everything that they don't want you to believe, they either call it a Gnostic or they call it pagan, and they tell you that it's wrong, okay? That's wrong. That's Gnosticism, right? The Gnosis religion is lying to you even more, because they've taken all the gospels that were taken out of by the Council of Nicaea, the first and second one, and the two councils after that, taken out of the Christian Bible. We know that now because the Ethiopians who walked away from that and said, we're not letting you edit this, have a full Bible, and guess what books are in there? The ones we found in the Dead Sea area. So that stuff that you call Gnostic or Gnosticism is Christianity before the evil people took it out of the Bible, my friend. But the Gnosis clan, who are trying to sell you on that religion today as Gnosis, they're telling you that Jesus told John and James a secret. I was telling the world this, and it's bullshit and a lie, and here's the true story. And then they're telling you the stuff that's in the Gnostic Gospels, which is in the Ethiopian Bible. And half of it is in the Eastern Orthodox Church Bible. I know this because I'm a theologian. Okay? You should look this stuff up. All right? So the Gnostic Gospels, the Nag Hammadi, all of that stuff is no different than all other religions. And I tell you truly that I have been studying religion since I was 8. And the one thing that I have found that is the exact same information in all religions is the Christ oil within you, that every single religion on the face of this earth was teaching you until people stopped teaching it, but it's still there. And I wrote a book about it right here, and it's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways. And I am not the only one that knows that. There's a link in our bio. And I'm not the only one that knows that. There's another book that came out in the 1940s, almost 100 years ago, called God Man, the Bible Made Flesh. And guess what? They tell you almost word for word everything that I say about the Christ oil that's happening within you. Okay? It's out there. You can Google it on YouTube and watch videos that tell you the exact same thing. If Jesus touched so many lives, why did writings of him come 2nd century, not his era? They were actually around before that, but they're lying to you and telling you that there were no teachings of his until the 2nd century, because that way they can say that any book that they want isn't true and that Jesus isn't real. Okay, that's what they're doing. So they're telling you that none of those books are anybody's that were in any way connected to Jesus, because he didn't exist, because he's not real. The truth is that story, and that's how they get you. They have theologians chasing their tails looking for scripts, looking for a scroll, the oldest scroll. We got to find the scroll that the guy says, I, Nebedi, I am the guy who is creating this religion for the very first time. And this is the year 4482 BCE, and I'm inventing this religion. That's what they can't wait to find. Okay? Because the one thing they all tell you is the exact same thing, and that's everything that they all tell you. Every religion that's not been created to be a warlike religion is teaching you an ascended master came here, and by what they did while they were here, they were living the example of descension into physical form, which is what you're doing, living a life in physical form until you realize that that's not you, and you graduate to, I am not this body. I am something else that is a light being. I'm not sure what I am, but I am becoming that, and I am not this. And that's how you get to 4D, and then you move up from there. So you can sit here as long as you want in 3D, my friends, and you can think I'm crazy, because I'm not here to be your savior. I'm here to give you tools that will help you if you choose to pick them up. Okay? Can you quickly repeat the cleaning up Jesus blood part? Yes, I can. Okay? So, and if you want me to do it quick, I'm going to talk fast, and I already talk fast. So hold on to your hats. Empirical law at the time, you can look this up. The Romans would beat somebody and torture them, and they would, the people who bled on the floor, the Romans were not cleaning that up. It's not my job. I'm a Roman. It's not my job. It's the family of the person that we are doing this to, their job to clean it up. So when Jesus got beaten by the Romans and then they were taking him back to Pilate, somebody needed to clean that blood up. By order and decree by the Roman law at the time, the family members needed to get their ass over here and clean that blood up, or they were next. 3 people showed up to clean Jesus's blood, and only family members could do it. That's why there wasn't 12 of them there. Okay? 3 people. Mary, Jesus's mother, Mary Magdalene, Jesus's wife, and John, James's brother, because John and James were actually Jesus's younger brothers. Okay? And that is empirical proof, because if you look at that, Mary wore a hijab. Back then, you only wore a hijab if you were married. You didn't just walk around with one on your head. That's why even in the show of the Chosen, that's why the girl that was about to get married, who ended up getting the sword pushed through her, didn't have a hijab on all the time. Okay, that's why she didn't, and that's why a lot of people in that story did not. Well, the women. The ones who did were married. So why was Mary Magdalene marrying that all the time? Because she was married to someone. Well, she must have been married to John. Well, they claim she was married to John the Baptist, who she never met, never had anything to do with. Oh, and here's a little tip, right? And here's a little tip that I forgot to tell you. You can look this up in the Bible too. When Jesus went to find Mary, and Mary got up and she was drinking a lot and supposedly possessed, she left the bar, and Mary and she left the bar, and she was going by Lilith at the time. Jesus went outside and said, Mary of Magdalene, and she stopped. And she turned around and said, who are you that calls me by my real name? He said, who but the Maker would call you by your real name? I call you Mary of Magdalene because you are mine. He didn't say that to anybody else. He didn't say that to John. He didn't say that to Peter. He didn't say that to anyone, but he said that to Mary. And she turned and she hugged him, fell into his arms, and cried. And they kissed. They take that part out. But you know what? There are books that have that from other people that they keep telling you are not true, where they say that Jesus used to kiss her. They say that Jesus and her were always together, and she was Jesus's companion. And 2,000 years ago, in that language, they were speaking Aramaic at the time. The word companion meant spouse. Okay? Jesus had to be married. He had to be married to somebody, or he couldn't be a rabbi, and he was. Can't teach in the synagogue if you're not a rabbi, and you have to be married and have children to be a rabbi to teach in the synagogue. Anybody who's Jewish, you'll tell you right now that that's a true story. Okay, so empirically, you can look this up. The Romans did not clean up the blood. Your family had to do it. 3 people did it: John, Mary, and Mary. Who were they? Okay. Right. Thank you, brother. Anthony says, hit him with it, bro. Right. Thank you, Anthony. Why was she chosen out of all of the women, and why her? You're talking about Mary? Because Mary was his soulmate. Mary was also the opposite of him. She was the feminine, the sacred feminine, and he was being the sacred masculine. So if you look at Leonardo's Da Vinci's picture of the Last Supper, you see that they're sitting there. If you watch Dan Brown's movie, the Da Vinci Code, you see them talking about that Last Supper and why they were sitting the way they were sitting around the table, and why it was that Da Vinci painted it that way. They were sitting with a V like this because he's sitting upright, leaning slightly this way, and she's leaning over this way. So they're also opposites of each other. If you look at their clothing, they try to tell you that's John, right? That's John. It's called starcoma. When you look at something and people tell you that's a man, you believe it's a man. If you look at that and you say, hold on a second, that's really feminine, you can see that that was actually done on purpose, because that's actually Mary, not John. Okay. That's Mary sitting next to Jesus. They're dressed a mirror image of each other, sitting in the symbol for the sacred feminine. The space in between them makes this symbol. He shows you that. Dan Brown shows you that in the book, which they did in the movie. Okay. So literally, Mary was his wife, and they had to get rid of her because they can't elevate. Constantine couldn't elevate Jesus to God status if he was a human and had children. They also didn't need people looking for Jesus's children to find out who was in charge. They needed the church to be in charge, so they had to get rid of Mary, had to get her out of the way. Okay, then in the 1100s, so this happened in the year 27 to the year 33 when Jesus left. Okay, in the year 111. Okay, so almost 100 years after that, a pope called Mary the hooker, called her the whore. That was there that Jesus said, drew the line and said, let he who is without sin cast the first stone. He said that was Mary that happened to, and everybody believed that down to this day. Okay, in the church, the Pope John Paul II, he said that was not Mary. She was not a whore, and that's abolished in this religion. She was not that. So at least that's been undone. Okay, so she wasn't that. All right. She was his wife. They had children. Peter usurped the church because he was homosexual and didn't want to be married. He took control of the church and said that if you're in the church as a priest or anything else, you cannot be married, and women can't have any part of the church unless they're a nun. So they were servants to the priests, and the men could not be married to anyone. Okay, because he said, and this is still in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, pointing at Mary, I hate her and her entire kind. So he was either racist and she wasn't, in fact, Jewish, or he hated women. Well, he finished that statement by saying, but it's better to marry than to burn. So he got married at the age of 30 because he was forced to. And he made that comment out loud and they wrote it down. Matthew wrote it down. Okay. It's better to marry than to burn. I hate her and her entire kind. Okay. So he didn't like women, or she wasn't the same race and he was racist. Either way, that was not the person who should have been in charge of the church. And he took over the church and he immediately pushed women aside, got rid of them, put men in charge, and you can't be married to anybody, so he didn't have to be married anymore. Okay. So let's see, who are the children? They actually had, you can look that up. Okay. They actually had 4 kids. They're having a hard time really trying to solidify the boys. We do know for 100% certainty when she showed up in the south of France, after that, she showed up with a little girl and her name was Sarah. Sarah, today, that word in Aramaic at the time meant princess. So when they said, who's this little girl? This is Sarah, my servant. So that servant girl, who obviously is a slave back then, servant to Mary, married a prince and became the queen of the south of France. That doesn't happen in any storybook except for today in a fake storybook. It doesn't happen in real life. That little girl had the ability to talk to animals and heal people with her hands, and so did her children. That's where Dan Brown got the idea of, well, if that's true, then the church would have to eradicate that bloodline. So if that happened and that bloodline was still alive today, the church would have to be looking for them. Otherwise, because if I said to you, I can prove that I was the great 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 grandson of Mary and Jesus, test my DNA, the church would immediately need to get rid of me, because then if you find out about it and I tell you that, guess what happens? You decide as a Christian, well, who do I listen to then? The church or that guy or that woman? So Dan Brown made it a woman, and her name was Sophia, because Sophia was the sacred feminine that goes back to that time and before. So her name was Sophia to remind people, because Sophia also meant princess in, I think it was Yiddish, but not Aramaic. It might have been Swahili. Okay. So they used that word and called her Sophia in the movie that the book that became the movie with Tom Hanks. Okay. So literally, he was like, if that's true, then the church would be hunting for them all this time. And if they knew about it, if people knew about it and they were protecting that bloodline, this would still be ongoing. And that's why he wrote that what if story. Okay. Yeah, religion. Think about that. Sophia Gnostics. Yeah, so the Gnostics, that's why the Gnostics are grabbing onto the Sophia, because in some of the books, Bob, in one of the books that they are basing for the sacred feminine, the oldest that they can find as the sacred feminine so far that they grabbed a hold of was when they said that the ether was Sophia, the feminine who gave birth to the creator. Okay, so that's why that's why the Gnostics go with the Sophia, because if you look at the Book of the Truth, they call that same character Error. Okay, and they show that Error was the beginning of the it was the same story of the beginning of the ego. Thank you very much. Thank you for that, Dex. So Error is the Sophia character in the Book of Truth, which was one of the books from the Nag Hammadi, whatever you want to call it, the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay, you can look that up. You can look up the Scroll of Truth or the Book of Truth and read that. They called that character Error, and Error comes out of the Archon pantheon. Error was one of the Archons, and she wanted to create like God, and she created the humans. So that comes from the same storyline from Adapa, where the Archons and the Ajiji, and the Archons created the Ajiji, and the Ajiji got lazy and didn't want to do the work down on Earth anymore. So they wanted somebody new, and that's where you get the word Anuna, where everyone thinks it's the Anunnaki and thinks they're aliens. Those from the heavens came, right? Those are actually angels, and those people are the ones who are on Earth. That's us. Hello. If anybody's the Anunnaki, it's not a race who got here in a puddle jumper and that can only just barely get here every 3,000 years, because that's who's on Earth now taking care of Earth is the Anuna. Okay, so if you actually look the real translation to that Zechariah Sitchin screwed up and said Anu, the god, came. The actual translation is the seed of the prince came. So it's not even a god. It's not even something else. But in the other stories, that's what they called the fall, because the Ajiji, which would be angels in today's language, the archons would be archangels, and the Ajiji would be angels. They were lazy and didn't want to do the work down here anymore, so they had the archons create a new one, and the new angels that they created were perfect and had better creative ability than the Ajiji, and the Ajiji got jealous and threw them down onto Earth and veiled them, and that's how we got here. There's people that talk about that. I'm not the only theologian that knows this, right? You can look up Matthew LaCroix, look up Matt LaCroix, okay, or look, yeah, Matt LaCroix. Let me put it in the chat again, right? MATT or Matthew. Hold on, let me type it. You can go on YouTube. He's actually the most accredited guy. Has a book now, and he's filming a documentary. And he's actually found the most ancient scrolls and the most ancient city site in the world in history that dates back to about 77,000 years ago. And he's actually excavating it, and he's actually has a couple of podcasts where people have interviewed him on his site where he talks about this and tells you about that Anunnaki and how that was fake and created by Zechariah Sitchin, and then Giorgio Tsoukalos just kept going with it, ran with it, and called them those from the heavens came, when it doesn't mean that at all. It means the new ones or the prince's kids came down here. Okay, so it's Matthew. Let me put it up here. Matthew LaCroix. Okay, look up Matthew LaCroix I didn't capitalize that first word. I apologize. Look up Matthew LaCroix on YouTube. You'll find him. He has a picture of him. He looks like Indiana Jones. He's got the hat on because that's what he does. He's actually an anthropologist, archaeologist that goes around the world and does that stuff. Young looking guy. I don't know how old he is. He looks like he's in his 30s. I don't know if he's older than that or not. But he literally gives a couple of, he's telling you can see with images what I say, because people like us who actually study this stuff know the answers to what's going on in the world. And he's actually going on to the sites all over the world and showing you that the ancients were teaching this to people in that societal structure that ended in the Younger Dryas 36,000 to 38,000 years ago. And we're the people who survived that, repopulating the earth. Okay, so the people that were here prior to us that we're now calling the Atlanteans, those people had an entire societal structure that started about 77,000 years ago and came forward till about 38,000 years ago, and then they all became unalived. Okay, and then some of their people were still alive, and we're the remnants of that. Those people survived in South Africa, Madagascar, Norway, and Finland, way at the top, and over here in Australia. And all of us now on the earth are repopulated out of all of those groups. Okay, so you guys can look that up. Matthew LaCroix. Yeah, the Ajiji threw us down from where exactly? From the heavens. They were angels, and they were not in spirit form. They were not in physical form. But Zachariah Sitchin said they were, and Giorgio Tsoukalos from the Disney Channel, I mean the History Channel, owned by Disney, when they wanted ratings in 2012, he said, that the God Anu came down to earth and created the humans, because that's what Zachariah Sitchin said, which was a lie, and he made it up. Okay, so Matthew LaCroix in the first interview on Danny, what's his last name? I can't think of his name right now. The first interview that he gave, Danny Jones, he talks about, if you watch that interview, he talks about that thing, because Danny Jones talks about the Anunnaki. He says you need to be careful with that. The whole thing is a mess. Zachariah Sitchin translated that wrong, didn't know what he was doing, and then the people at History Channel just ran with it. And now you have half the world saying Anunnaki was a species who came here, and that's not true. And he actually tells you who to look up, who actually translated the scrolls for real, and what it actually means. And it doesn't mean aliens came from Earth. They were in the heavens. They were spirit form, light bodies, archangels and angels, and they created the new angel. The Anuna is us. We are the new angel that was created, and the Ajiji got jealous, and because we were more perfect than them, so they veiled everybody and then sent us down in physical form, and we're supposed to wake up from that physical form. That's still an allegory. That's an allegory to tell you why you're here. You're an angel. You're supposed to wake up to I am, an immortal being who is not this pain body. And you're supposed to lose the veiling that was put on you, and you're supposed to move up. But it was actually done by the creator. It wasn't done by somebody evil, but at the same time, the ego had to be created, the chaos had to be created, so evil was created, and then we were veiled so that we could have an organic experience of what's going on down here. And even that's not supposed to be taken literal. It's supposed to be an allegory, right? It's supposed to be, a parable that's explaining. But the I am, Bob, yeah, the evil people will tell you to run away from that. That's evil. But you're supposed to come to that. That's why when Moses went, 1,000 years before Jesus, 2,000 years before Jesus, who shall I say sent me, O Lord? I don't know your name. And he said, I am that I am. Tell them I am sent you. The word Adonai that they still say today is the word that means I am. Okay. So you're supposed to realize the I am. So the Greeks, separate from the Hebrews, they came up with the philosophical ideology of I think, therefore I am, meaning you're self-aware. Okay. So here in this place is the first place you're self-aware. I think, therefore I am. You're supposed to move from that and graduate to I am, therefore I think. So the first awakening is I think, therefore I am something, I am self-aware. Then by the ponderance over time, 7 to 10 lifetimes usually, we're all supposed to wake up and realize, wait, I am not this pain body. I am an immortal spirit. I am light beingness, not this physical plane. And that is the way that Jesus was trying to teach, and everybody else in history, Marduk, Thor, Osiris, all of those characters, including Moses, their entire story was the descent from heaven into the physical plane to then wake up to the realization that I am something far more than this physical plane, and then rise up. You're supposed to become unalived physically, but not literal, not living of the flesh, but living of the spirit, and dedicate yourself to living in the higher plane of the spirit, realizing I am something else, and I want to get out of here by expanding my consciousness. And eventually, when you do that long enough, you get to a place in your life where you don't have to stay in this body anymore. And when your body decides to go, you let it, and you don't have to be reincarnated into the body anymore. You get to move up to the next one. But yes, you are an immortal spirit. Okay. New beginnings, you are an immortal spirit. Okay. That is who you are. That's what you're supposed to realize. You can say that all you want and stay here. I don't care. I'm not Jesus. I didn't come here to die for you. I came here to give you tools. If you don't want them, you can throw them in the garbage and sit down here and wait. Eventually, though, in the after, later on, I'll see you and you'll go, yeah, I wasn't ready to come up yet. Okay. So you can believe whatever you want. If you want to believe you're not an immortal spirit, you can believe that. If you want to believe that this is all there is and you only have one life, I'll see you in the next one. Okay. I'll see you after. There was a guy who told me that there was only 39 days left and that we were all going to go. I answered him. You can see it on my page and on this one. I answered him with, I'll see you in 40 days. Okay. I am him, but not Jesus. Is that what you're saying? So you're saying you are God, but you're not Jesus. Is that what you're saying? Jesus is God because we're all God, my friend. You are, I am, everyone is. There is no hierarchy, so you're not the only one true creator and the rest of us live beneath you. That's a third dimensional construct. We're all up there, right? I was ready at 3 years old. Yeah, I know. Well, you guys are tired. You guys have been stuck here for a long time. You guys got stuck, so some of us had to come here to help you, and we couldn't tell you that we were helping you until you were ready to know that. Okay? So you guys got stuck because the evil people who live here now, who are still trying to keep you stuck, and they're still keeping most of the people stuck, have been doing that to you for about 12,000 years now. Okay? They started it before that, but 12,000 years they've been doing it. Okay? So literally, that's what's happening here, and you're tired. Everyone here is tired. I'm tired. I've been here for a long time. I was here in the last cycle. Okay. I have been on this earth for more than 128,000 years, living lives over and over and over and over to do this. I did this with the people before this, and I stayed here to do it with these people here because there's a new way that we're doing it this time because you guys got stuck, and we're going to move everybody into 4D so we don't have to unalive everybody. But the bad guys want that to happen, and they want you to stay in that cycle because they're still controlling that cycle and they'll keep you here. So we're not allowing that to happen, and we're fixing that. Okay. So do you believe that the Gnostics are the true source of information? No, my friend, every single religion is the true source of information, but only the parts of it where they're telling you to look within yourself. The Gnostics, not Gnosis, because those people who are starting that religion, they made up a lie and said that Jesus was teaching the world one thing, and then secretly looked at James and John and said, here's the real truth. I lied to all them. That's the lie. Okay. James and John were his brothers anyways, not separate people. But Jesus wasn't lying to anybody. He was teaching that. What is in the Gnostic Gospels is the stuff that was taken out, edited out of the Bible. Okay. And we know this to be true because you can look it up. There's a Bible that still all has everything in it. It's called the Ethiopian Bible. You can get a copy of it now written in English. And when you look at that, the books that were in there are those books that are what they call the Gnostic Gospels that they say were unaccredited and needed to be taken out of the Bible. Well, who was doing that? Constantine, who weaponized Christianity and made it a war religion and teaches you only the way of the Romans. They teach you out of the book of Romans. I know this because I'm a Christian minister and I was knighted by the Holy Roman Catholic See. So I'm not saying this because I hate Christianity. I'm saying this because I love Christianity because it's the way to heaven. But so is Thor and that religion, and so is Osiris, and so is Shiva, and so is Ganesh, and so is Marduk, and so is Moses. Okay, those are all the same, coming down and going back up. Okay, not warlike. They took those religions and turned them into war machines. And they're not teaching you how to get out of here. They're teaching you how to be good little citizens. Come in, sit down, keep paying us a tithing, strap a bomb on and go over there. Or take a gun or a sword and go over there. Okay. So yeah, is it acting weird? Sometimes it does that. I apologize if it's cutting in and out. Refresh and see the Ethiopian Bible. Yes, you can look that up. They finally are letting people in the West see it. Let me check my thing and see if it's. Yeah, see, I'm not cutting in and out right now, so I don't know if I was. I could have been a minute ago. That's possible. Sometimes weird things happen with the internet, right? So, thank you, Dex. No, it's what I'm here to do. I have 4 religious titles. Okay, I'm a minister of 4 different religions. I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church. I'm also a Reiki master teacher, so that's another spiritual way. So 5 spiritual ways. Okay, and I wrote a book about this information. It's called The Reality About Reality, Returning to the Old Ways by me, Leonard O'Neill. And I'm explaining to you what I have found as a theologian. I have studied religion since I was 8. I'm no word of a lie, I tell you the truth. Since I was 8, my father said to me when I asked him, well, are we Christians? He said, don't be something that I am because I was, or your grandparents because they were. If you want to learn about these things, you should learn about it by reading their books. Go to there, talk to their clergy, go in and talk to the people who worship there, see their mass, but don't just join one. Read all of them and do that with all of them. And then eventually, if you choose to pick one, pick one. I took him literal, and I've been studying religion since that day. I swear to you. I study everything that I can find. And when somebody says, hey, did you ever read this? I go, wait, what's that? I take a picture of the screen or I write it down and then I go and read it. Okay. And I tell you truly that the one thing that they're not allowing theologians to tell you is, instead of chasing the scroll and saying, we got to find the oldest scroll because this story from this religion looks like it was borrowed from that religion, and that looks like it was borrowed from that religion, and this story over here was borrowed from there, and that story over here was borrowed from there, and they all seem to be borrowing a story. I said, well, what is it that they're all borrowing? What are the stories that they're all borrowing, and why are they borrowing them? Okay, so you find out that most of them aren't borrowing the stories. They actually had the same story, but everyone wants to think that they were borrowed because they're told similarly. Some of them were, and some of the people tell you that. Okay, so when they said the Mesopotamian scrolls, if you actually look at where those people who said that that was from Mesopotamia, the Mesopotamians said this information, the story of the Enuma Elish, came from the Akkadians, who were in fact Greek. So when you go to the Akkadians, who were Greek, where did they get that story from? That's like the Hermes and all of that. They claim that came out of Egypt. So you go to the Egyptians and you go, here's the story of Hermes. And they're like, yeah, that was given to them from the Thoth the Atlantean. Well, what's that? Well, that's not ours. That came from Atlantis. That was from a people that no longer exist on the earth. So they took some of that information as well. And what was it that they all got from all these people from the ancient times? They got the way to ascend to heaven. And weirdly, all of the people who came after them who had no idea of those books, Jesus, Marduk was before that, Thor, okay, and they said that the Thor religion, well, that's just the Jesus religion because that wasn't written down till the 1100s. Ask the people who were over there who were the Vikings. They'll tell you that religion predates Christianity by a long time. They just didn't write it down for people to read. They gave it verbatim to people. So if anything, the people over there heard about that one and borrowed it from them because it actually exists longer. Well, because it's not written, so let it be written, so let it be done. It can't be real unless someone wrote it down. Okay. But what's the story? The story is the same in every single culture. There is an information of what we're supposed to do. Okay. And I'm not the only one saying this. There's some of us that are saying it out loud. That's why I told you guys about Matt LaCroix. Matt LaCroix just published a book, and he has got videos that he's showing in interviews and showing you pictures that he's going around to sites all around the world to all of these religions that I'm telling you about. And he's taking pictures of things and showing you and explaining to you what that means in a spiritual way. And it looks to him the same way it looks to me, that every religion on this earth dating back 130,000 years was telling the same way to get out of here. And then people took that away from you by not letting you see it. Okay? Right? Norse gods are history. According to them, they are. Norse gods is our history, or is our, yes. So if you look at that, it's the same story. Odin, the god of all who created the universe, the All-Father, sent his only begotten son down to earth. He came down to earth and was not a god and was mortal. And while he was here, he just did all kinds of things and performed miracles the same way Jesus did. Then he had to fight the serpent, just like Jesus had to fight the snake, the serpent in the garden. Thor had to fight the serpent of the dragon of the North Sea. Then he became unalived and then was resurrected 3 days later and then ascended. He crossed Bifrost, the rainbow bridge. That's going up the spinal column through the chakras. Bifrost, the rainbow bridge, to go back to heaven. And he took Mjolnir, which means lightning. His name is Thor, which means thunder, the god of thunder and lightning, enlightenment. and he cracked the sky with his lightning and thunder, and it opened up the sky and illuminated the sky and scared off Fenrir the wolf, who was clouding the sky and not allowing anyone to see. And he illuminated the sky and everyone could see, and he ended Ragnarok. And he became lifted up to Valhalla, heaven, and became God's status again. That's the same story of Jesus. Okay? Same story of Jesus. Thor. That story, just because it was not written down to the 1100s, doesn't mean that the Vikings don't tell you. That story was around before Jesus was around. Now let's look at Taoism, the Tao Te Ching. That means the book of the way. Lao Tzu, 634 years BCE. That means 650 some odd years before Jesus was even born. Okay? 600 and at least 40 years before Jesus was born, a man wrote a story and talked about the way, Tao Te Ching, the book of the way to get to heaven. So that man knew the same story that Jesus was teaching. Did he borrow that? People say he did. At the same time that man was talking, there was another man in China, and his name was the Buddha. And the Buddha was also teaching a way to get to heaven. Okay? So think about that. It's in every religion. The story of Shiva, the story of Ganesh, coming down into human form on earth, sacrificing themselves, living, walking on water, feeding everybody with nothing, bringing back the unalived, making people see who were blind, miracles, became unalived and then ascended, went up to the heavens and became a god again. Shiva did the same thing. Osiris did the same thing. Those were parables to talk about the Christ oil, pardon me, the Christ oil within you. Okay. Bob said, so to get out of here, you're saying that we have to believe in resurrection. Well, yes. Yes, because you are resurrecting and have been resurrecting over and over and over, and you will continue to do that whether you believe it or not. You'll continue to resurrect over and over, because normally when you first become self-aware and you are born as a human, it takes between 7 and 10 lifetimes to learn, I am not this physical body, I am not this pain body, I am not the thinking mind, I am not the ego, I am not the conscience, I am an immortal spirit. It takes between 7 and 10 lifetimes. That doesn't mean that this is the lifetime that you're not going to do it. Okay. The fact that you hang out and you're still wanting to learn and don't think I'm crazy means you're real close, Bob. Okay. Otherwise, you think I'm cuckoo and you'd have left a long time ago. So you have been, resurrecting over and over and over. You just get veiled every time you come into a new body, so you don't remember that you've been in many bodies until you wake up, and then you will actually remember that. Okay. So you have to realize those things. When you reach enlightenment, you have to follow the way. It has nothing to do with belief. Correct. It's knowing. Right. Thank you, B, for that. B, I love you. We haven't talked. You must be more awake. Right. Because thinking is what gets us into trouble. Okay. So you don't have to believe. You have to know, and you will know that. As you pierce the veil, my friend, as you start piercing the veil, at first you start realizing the physical things that are wrong. You start seeing the people around you, like the legacy news media, politicians, and you're like, those people are just freaking lying. They used to hide that stuff. They're not hiding it anymore. They're just blatantly lying. And then I would be one who would tell you, no, they've been lying just like that the entire time. You're just now aware of it because you're starting to wake up. Okay. So when you start going through those things and then you start getting angry because you realize what's happening here and you start yelling at people, you need to wake up, you need to wake up, listen to me, you need to wake up. That's the anger part of your awakeness. And then you have to have the realization of, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. I can only help myself. I can't actually wake other people up or force them to. Right. I know, Bob, that's what I'm saying. You're already there, because otherwise you'd have thought I was crazy and ran away before. Right. That's why I'm saying that to you. I know that you're not still sleeping, or you would have already thought I was crazy a long time ago and you wouldn't have hung out. The fact that you're still here, it means that you're wise enough to go, okay, maybe this guy's actually telling something that might be true. Maybe I should stay and listen. Right. And that's why you're asking questions. Okay. I love you for that. You're on the right track. So then what happens is you get the anger part. Then you go, okay, fuck it. Right. I can't do anything about these people. I just got to watch. Right. And then as you watch that stuff, you go, okay, I now know that I can't really do anything. People are going to do whatever they're going to do. So then you end up going into the hermit phase. You go, screw them. I don't have to do anything. They're all going to get there on their own. Anyway, I'm just going to live my life. And you move into that hermit phase where you start doing and taking care of yourself and healing yourself and researching things and trying to wake up more and looking into everything. But you're watching the world going, oy vey, as the Hebrews would say, right? You're going, wow, okay, but I'm just going to keep doing. And then eventually, that's where what's his name, the comedian who everybody thought was cloned the other day, Jim Carrey. Jim Carrey was in that place where he hermited for a few years, 5 or more years. He stayed in that hermit phase and was just painting and being his own better self. Then eventually you wake up enough to where you go, oh, okay, so it's not just for them, it's kind of for me too. I need to kind of help them in some way, right? But then you got to get past that stage again where I'm going to try and help them, but they may not listen to me, right? How do I do that? What am I here to do? And that's where you're getting right to that edge now, where you're starting to think about, whether you're hermiting and you might be hermiting and you're investigating, because then you go, well, what can I do? Right? What can I do to help? And then you either just live your life and just keep your vibration up, which helps, right? Or you figure out some way that you can give back to society, or you just stay as the hermit. Somewhere in there, you're going to find your path that's going to be, just by being here and being awake enough to see this, you're lifting up the all, anyways. Do you see? And that's why we try to tell people that you don't have to do anything. The only thing you have to do is just continue with yourself and then wait. Oh, all right, then I'm going to get out of here when I'm done with this one. I'm not coming back because I'm done. I want to be. So now we all got to get out of here so I can get out of here. So I'm just going to be good. And then you just start telling people shit, whether they think you're crazy or not. You just start going, that's because you're God. And people go, yeah, right, whatever. And you go, okay. And you walk away, but you plant the seeds into people's heads. And then when people go, like I'm on here and somebody says to me, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Okay, swipe up, bro. Move on. I'm not here to make sure that I'm not worried. If you don't make it out, I'm not going to be stuck here. Okay. I'm going to wake up everybody else. We get to 51%. Everybody gets to leave and then I go. But here's the thing, because of who I am and where I came from, when I free everybody here, do you know where myself and all of my people are going to go? We're going to go to the next place just like this one. And we're going to insert ourselves again and we're going to go undercover inside over and over again, because this is what we do. Okay. Because we are the Patal. We are what you would know as the Archons. We are the ones who created this scenario and we are the ones who manages it. And when people get stuck, we come in and help them, and we don't tell them who we are the entire time until the last generation when they have to stay stuck. And then we appear like this and we say to you, I am archangel energy or angel energy of what you know as that from your religions. We are the people who created this place and manage it for you, and we have come here to help you. And we can only tell you this when your society is just about at that point of that ascension. And we come in and we say, hi, we've been here the entire time. You haven't known about it, and we've been here to help you. Okay. I've come here to help you. You may not remember me in the next life, and it's okay. One day you'll know who I am because we'll meet in a different place. I don't care if you believe me. I don't need your belief because this is who I am and who we are, and we came here to help you. And then we're going to continue doing what we're doing and help as many people as we can. And if everybody on this planet doesn't believe me, in the next lifetime, I'll wake up and do the same thing and I'll be in a different body. Might be a woman on the next one. Usually I'm the man, though. My wife likes being the woman. So we usually pick these. I usually am the man 90% of the time, and she's, or 98% of the time, and she's the woman. We'll come back in another life and start this all over and do it again. Okay. Once everybody has their freedom, once you guys have the ability to actually graduate when you're supposed to, thank you for that. Once you guys have that ability back, then we'll leave and they'll tell you that we were a Mandela effect and we never were here and it wasn't true. And it's okay, because we're not doing this for the glory. We're not doing this for you guys to worship us. We're not doing this because we want you guys to remember us. We're doing this so that you can continue your journey back to the Creator. Okay. So that's why I'm here, and that's why we are here to help you do this stuff. So that's why I tell people, let me be honest. When people say, I don't believe you, I don't care. It's okay. You can be where you are, and I will be what you need me to be, whatever that is. Okay. But I got to attach to those people, right? You get attached. Yes, you do, right? We get attached. I love you too, Jinx, right? And love that. I love you guys. So we get attached and we stay here. So that's why when we do this, just so you know, we sign a contract. We don't just come down here for 1 or 2 lives. We actually come down here for the long haul. That's why I was here in the last cycle. We were here in the last cycle, and that cycle was 77,000 years ago until 38,000 years ago, and then this cycle started. And we stayed here to help this cycle start, and then it got stuck, and we went, wow, okay, well, while we're here, we can do these things. We stay from beginning to end. So when we come back, we either sign on for 77,000 years or 140,000 years, or graduation, whichever comes first, and then we move on. This is what we do. We do this because the Creator asked us to, and so we do these things for you and everyone else. I was talking to my wife about that, and I said, after this, we could always go back and rejoin the Creator. And she said, I don't want to do that. I like doing this. And I said, good, because I was just checking because you're kind of tired. And she said, we've been here a long time. We need to take a vacation. So we're planning on this life to take a vacation. Once you guys get back on track by 2050, we're going to stay and hang out with you guys. And I've determined that I'm going to be 147 years old before we decide to leave. Okay. Right now I am 58. So when I'm 147, that's when we're going to make a choice of whether we're going to stay here with you guys longer or we're going to leave. Okay. So that's how you guys are going to know as time goes on that we've decided to stay, because we're going to still be here with you. And you guys are going to go, wow, that guy looks exactly the way he does today. And I saw him online 45 years ago, and he looks exactly the same. Okay. Because that's what we're going to do, because this is the last life you're going to have to do this. You guys can then graduate if it's your time to graduate. Okay. So while we're here, we're going to teach you as much as we can so that you guys can get yourselves back on track. Do we find each other in different lives? Yes, Natalie. We find each other in every single life, no matter how long it takes. We find each other exactly when we're supposed to in every single life, and then we stay together, and we bring a whole group of people with us. We bring in right now, there's 28 minimum that are here. We believe there's more than that. Some of you are still asleep. We have about 48 people that travel with us as the patrol, but there are more. There are some of you who come here and do the same thing. Those of you who believe that you're from the belt of Orion, you have also come here with us. We are a coalition down here on Earth attached to the Orion Council of Light, which is attached to the Galactic Council that you know of. She is my soulmate, yes. And her and I have been together forever since the creation. When God created the archangels, we were part of that wave. There is not, people say, I was the third one created. That didn't happen. There isn't a pecking order up there. Nobody's in charge, right? How can we figure out where we are from? If you're awake enough to realize that you're not from here, and you know that your home is somewhere in the stars, there's somewhere that you look at in the stars that you think is your home. You sense it. Ask yourself where that is. Okay? Ask yourself where that is. See, here's one of the knuckle draggers here. Somebody's laughing at me from the way I'm talking, right? Turquoise. Turquoise thinks I'm crazy. So we'll see how long Turquoise stays in, or if Turquoise gets mad. Do you know Ingrid Cold? Ingrid Cold, are you saying that right? Are you trying to say, what is that? Indrid Cold? I'm not sure what you're trying to say. You are, yeah. Turquoise, you can believe that. I don't care, brother. I'm not here to save you. I'm not your savior. I'm here to give tools to the people who are trying to wake up and wake them up so that you have the ability to wake up when it's your time. So you can believe whatever you want, right? Do you believe Jesus is God? Well, we're all God. You're God, I'm God. This is all happening in the mind of the Creator. Yeah, the Galactic Council, Riff. Yeah. So they can be 60 for eternity like you? Yes. They can also be 35. You were supposed to only age between the age of 25 and 35 wherever you feel fit. And that's where you're supposed to stay until you decide to leave the body. You're not supposed to get old. Okay. But you believe that because they tell you you get old, and you believe that. And so this place makes you get old. Okay. But I'm not 60. I'm only 58, my friend. But I've been around for a lot longer than that. Now I'm always looking to the sky. Yeah, when you look up at the sky, you'll see, right? Do you think your contracts are in years? No, but down here you perceive everything in years, right? First a year different on every planet. Yeah. No, time is relevant. Time is not relevant. No, time is relevant. Time only exists in your mind and the place that you're at. Okay, right in this place, from your perception of time, we sign on for 77,000 or 144,000 years or 145,000 years. Okay, from your perception of time. Time only exists in this reality because you're sped up close to the speed of light. So because of that, you have a distortion that you think is time, past over here, future over here, and present in the now. That's because it's the physical plane where it takes time to manifest. You have to move things and do things. When you get outside of this pain body into your spirit body and realize that, that's the one that can go places without having to move. Then there is no time there. Time only exists in first, second, and third dimension. Fourth dimension, the time dilation shortens, compresses. By the time you're in the fifth dimension, it's almost nil, and by the time you're in the sixth dimension, it's only now because you're in your spirit body, and there is no physical body anymore. 217 years after 2010, those timelines. What's that? Timelines merge. The timelines are merging before that. The timelines are merging right now, and they've already been collapsed. You know them as Mandela effects, right? Let me choose the age where my it doesn't work anymore, where your dinghy doesn't work anymore. Well, if you want it, you can do whatever you want, bro. If you want to live and be immortal in a place where your penis doesn't work, you can do that. No one's stopping you. You can do that if that's what you like, right? If that's your thing and that's what turns you on, you can do that. All right, I'm taking a drink of my water, TikTok. Water, not alcohol. I don't drink alcohol. TikTok goes crazy like that, right? Well, that's what you've done. Oh, I see. I see, little boy. So, little boy, you think my penis doesn't work. How would you know that? How would you know if my penis works or not? Right? Do you come into my house at night and play with my pee pee? Is that what is that what we're doing here? You're trying to pick up on me, are you? I'm gonna have to mute this little teeny troll in a second. Okay, so right, yeah, he's being rude. Yes, he is. He's being rude because he thinks that in some way he's important because he can say words to people. So the next time he says something, I'll just mute him or I'll block him. Doesn't matter. Or you can like listen, bro, and maybe learn something and expand your consciousness instead of being a 11-year-old little boy, because that's what you're doing right now. Okay, so wait, what was this here that somebody said? Are there people who are contracted to sabotage those who come here to help? Yes. It's the people who are bad. Oh, you are learning, are you? What are you learning? You're not learning anything, bro. I'm gonna mute you because I'm tired of watching you type stuff. So you can stay if you like and learn something, but you're gonna be muted now. So he's muted, so chances are he's gonna probably try to report me. So I'll have to go and block him and report him in a moment because he's a little teeny guy living in his mom's basement. Okay. So James, how you doing, brother? All right. So yes, there are people. Yes, he is a miserable little guy, unfortunately, and that's how he gets off, right? Who do you think is the second witness? The second witness, I don't think you. I would like to understand what it is that you're trying to say. Second witness, are you trying to say like the person who's going to witness the Christ coming back? Because that's never going to happen. He never said he was coming back. So I'm not sure if I know what you're talking about. So, but to get back to what we were saying, guys, please tell me, further. To get back to what we were saying, guys, yes, the people who think they own you, I call them the controllers in my book. Okay, the reality about reality, returning to the old ways. I call them the controllers. They look for people like me. They hunt us down, and in different lifetimes, they would hunt us down and unalive us as soon as they identified us. Okay, they tried to do that in this lifetime too, but we didn't let them do that. It's in the Bible. Second witness have to come. Yeah, that's part of the Bible that they put in for you, my friend, to keep you here, waiting for Jesus to come back. waiting for the second witness, waiting for stay here and wait. Jesus said he's coming back. That's not true. You're supposed to learn who you are and move on from here. That was what Jesus was teaching you, the way to get to heaven. Okay. So two, not second. Yeah, that's not going to happen either. That's what they used for the movie Stigmata of the two witnesses. That's not going to happen either. That already happened. Okay, you already had the two witnesses. You had John the Baptist who pointed him out, and then you had other people who witnessed him. It's not happening again, my friend. That's part of the control mechanism that they took control of that religion when they changed it in 325 at the first council of Nicaea, the one after that, the two councils after that that happened 50 and 65 years later from 325 when they took all the books out and rearranged the Bible, made it a warlike religion, and told you that Jesus was God, got rid of the feminine, told you that Jesus wasn't married and that Jesus was actually God on earth and he's coming back for you. Wait here. Okay, that's what they did. Oh, and by the way, go over there and unalive those people for me. And that's what they're still doing today in all the religions. And that's how they keep you here. Jesus is my baby. My baby's what? Was Jesus a Reiki master? Well, from the standpoint of what Reiki is, yes. Okay, because Reiki is the ability to heal people no matter what their illness. I know because I'm a Reiki master. Okay, so from the standpoint of what that is and what Usui got from source with those with those symbols that give him the ability to channel, gave him the ability to channel that energy and then eventually pass that on to other people. That's why we're not allowing it to become a religion. It is only a spiritual way because it's a way of life that you have to choose. Okay, because you have to be in service to others, and when you can't get it if you're in service to self, it's the same abilities that Jesus gave to his disciples when he said, go out two by two and heal people. You too will have these abilities to do in my name. Okay, it is that those abilities. He just didn't give him the symbols that made him do that. He entombed them with the symbols. He didn't tell them what they were 2,000 years ago. So the same thing happened to Usui, who didn't believe in Christianity, by the way, who didn't believe in he was like Taoism and Hinduism and the like, right? He didn't believe in that, but he got these symbols from the Creator that allowed him to heal with his hands, and then he passed those down to other people and made them masters. And I'm one of the people I think I'm on the ninth generation away from Usui, maybe a little bit further. I have to research it again because I'm teaching people, and I'm one of those people that are doing that. My wife is also a Reiki master, and I tell you truly, what you learn from becoming a Reiki master in the ability to heal people and what it does to you, and all the times that you are being in service to others by healing all these other people, you also get Reiki'd and you also keep balancing yourself by doing that. And I tell you truly, that is the fastest that I have ever been able to tell people. If you want to wake up and open up your third eye and know all of the things that are on this list and have all of those abilities, I can teach you how to do every one of those abilities one by one, or I can teach you Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki 3. If you're already a Reiki 2, I can make you a Reiki master, and that will empower you in months after you get the attunement. You are going to be unlocked, and you will have all of those abilities that come with it. My Reiki, I started Reiki back when I was 22 years old. I had a Reiki master who gave me Reiki 1 and 2. Then in 2016, I redid it. I redid it in the year between 2016 and 2017. I redid Reiki 1, Reiki 2, and Reiki 3 with a teacher here in Australia when I was in America to get that. To get my ministry, I was knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, which I had to go through training for that. It took me 2 years to become a knight, and I had to be chosen for that and knighted by the Roman Catholic Church, which gives me a minister title there. Then in 2016, I went to the University of, in Arizona, the Universal Life Church in Arizona, and I got a ministry through the Universal Life Church in Arizona. I also, prior to that, was taught by my father, who was a Druid priest, from the time that I was about 6 years old until I was 19 years of age. And then I received the Druid priest title of Merlin at that time of my life. So that one took me longer than anything else to learn. And that taught me like crazy stuff, right? In all of this stuff that's here, I was already learning from my father before I was even knighted, before I was, baptized, before I, became a minister. I learned all of that stuff, right? So I spent my entire life learning this stuff. Literally from the time I was like 7 or 8 years old, I started learning this stuff. So the symbols are involved in Reiki. Yeah, the symbols, there are symbols that are power symbols. One is a power symbol, one is a healing symbol, one is a calming symbol. And then there's other symbols. There's like 5 symbols. And there's people that are adding more these days, but there's like 4 basic, 1, 2, 3, 4 basic, and then a secondary power symbol that came from the Tibetan monks. Another power symbol that came from them, which adds to and locks everything in. And those symbols are a symbol that you draw, and then it's a concept. It's like when I teach magic. If I were teaching you magic, I would teach you first to write down a spell, right? And then you would have the cadence of something that is rhyming in some ways to cast a spell on something, spelling, right? I would teach you that. They would teach you have to have an altar and you have to have tools and do all these things. And then as you graduate to high magic, I start telling you that you're the tool, that you don't need any of those things, that the concepts of what you're doing you can do instantly. And then you learn that you're the tool. Well, with Reiki, you bypass those and they immediately tell you that you're the tool. Okay, get past all of that other training. You're the tool. You heal yourself, and you're attuning yourself over and over and over. And after a few months, then you go to, because that's what Reiki 1 is. It's about the self, healing self, and expanding the amount of energy and balancing yourself, preparing yourself. Then you get Reiki 2, and with Reiki 2, then we're implanting these symbols in you each time. But we don't show you the symbols until the second Reiki, when you're going to start Reikiing other people. Then we show you the symbols and teach you the symbols and what they mean and how to draw them. And that's the tools that you use to amplify the amount of energy that goes through you and gives you a focus on healing, on calming, on things like that, okay? On wisdom, and that gives you that focus. And then when you get to the master, you realize that at that point you don't actually need those tools, but they're still used because it also keeps the concept for you for when you're tuning other people. Okay. Does any of this applicate lore or superstition? I'm not quite sure what you're asking. If you're asking about religion and that, all of the religions are identical. I was talking about this before, and I talk about it in my book. The reality about reality, returning to the old ways. Every single religion on the face of this earth, currently and in the past, from everything that you know in history, when they were before they were a religion, because religion recruits you. Spirituality waits for you to find it. When they were a spiritual way, they were all the same spiritual way in every single religion on the face of this earth on how to get to heaven, Elysium, whatever you call that place. Okay. That's what they were. And then humans got a hold of them and turned them into an orthodox religion. And they have laws that semantical ways that they tell you have to worship that creator. And then they control you. And they usually have turned all of those religions into a war machine that you have to follow. God wills it. And then you go and unalive people. Okay. So I'm not sure if that was what your question was, what you're asking. I need to turn the light on because it's getting darker over here, because it is in fact 7 p.m. here in New South Wales. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to click that light over there and illuminate. So God said, let there be light. Watch here and we'll get it for you. There we go. God said, let there be light. Okay. I love you too, Daniel. So I only use the old symbols, right? You're talking about Reiki? Yeah, we do too. My wife and I, our Reiki book that we put together for Merlin and Maeve, right? This is the Reiki 1 attunement book. That happens to be here because I was doing a Reiki 1 attunement just the other day, so it's still sitting here next to the computer. The book that we put together, we're staying very basic because we don't want it to become a religion, but we're teaching and showing how all of the chakras, because most people will tell you, well, the chakras were invented by the Indians in India. It's just not true. Okay. Every single religion, as a theologian, I know that every single religion, every spiritual way, they had a version of it. They knew what they were. They all knew the independent of each other. They all knew what it was. So we talk about that in our Reiki book, where it's not just the chakras, because the word chakra Okay, the word chakra is a Hindu word, but the Greeks had a word called kirkos, which is where we get the English word circle from, because there were these energy circles, kirkos, in your body that they knew of, and the Japanese had the Mitsubishi. If you guys know Japanese, you know what I'm talking about. Mitsubishi is a car company, and their symbol is what? Three diamonds. And those three diamonds, if you polish those three diamonds, that would be the path to heaven. Those three diamonds were three places in your body: the upper three chakras, the heart, and the bottom three chakras. Mitsubishi, three diamonds. You polish those and balance those. That's the yin and the yang. The physical plane, lower three chakras; spiritual plane, upper three chakras. They were aware of that, and they taught it grouped that way, as the spiritual and the physical. And most of the religions around the world taught that way, the most of the spiritual ways, not individual chakras. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong in any way, because if you look at the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, it was all seven. If you look at the Egyptian Book of the Dead, it was all seven gates. If you look at the Hebrews, there were seven plagues of Israel before the Jews added three more plagues, seven plagues, because that is the seven chakras. So the seven chakras were in all of these religions before the Hindus made up the word chakra. Do you see? They all had a version of it already. And as a theologian, some of us who learn that realize that. So we explain that in our version of Reiki, that everybody knew about it on the earth at the same time. No one can tell truly who invented that, because all of those cultures are very, very old, and they predate 5,000 years ago. Okay, Japanese culture is at least 5,000 years old. The Hebrew culture is at least 4,000 years old. The Greek culture is at least 5 or 10,000 years old. The Egyptian one goes back 12,000 years. They knew about it. Okay, so where did they all get it from? So you have Choku Rei, right? Nerf, you looked it up, right? Fibonacci sequence. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Choku Rei is the Fibonacci sequence, isn't it? It is the Fibonacci spiral, the golden mean ratio, isn't it? Yes, it is. One of the first things I noticed, I was a physicist at the time, 22 years of age in college, learning physics, and the first thing I saw when I saw Choku Rei was the golden mean ratio, man. That is the spiral that everybody's talking about, the goddess symbol. That is like all over the world. It goes back tens of thousands of years in caves, 50,000 years in caves, right? So I agree with you, my friend. So that is an amazing spiritual way that will not become a religion, because the masters are not allowing it to. It is a spiritual practice of healing that we're trying to make everybody in the world learn, because if everybody in the world learns it and everybody becomes a healer, guess what happens? You wake up and you get all of your abilities. So when we tell people, I could teach you everything, the first thing you should learn, though, is the defense against the dark arts, because everybody should be taught that by the time they're 10. Okay. And then the next thing is Reiki 1, Reiki 2, Reiki 3. That would take you a little over a year to learn that, and you would be a Reiki master. Okay. And that's the cheapest way to get there, because I could teach you everything else. Right. And we cost $150 an hour. Defense against the dark arts for 8 hours worth of training is $88. And these are all Australian dollars. So if you're in America, that's like 65. Okay. If you're on the pound sterling, that's like 63. Okay. So defense against the dark arts is a 2-day, 4 hours a day class to teach you things. And we normally charge $150 an hour. And that's 8 hours for $88 that you get. And it usually turns into more. So the defense against the dark arts is our most popular class, because it's the most economical, especially for those of you who are on the pound sterling, the euro, or the American dollar, because Australian dollars, the 88, and that's the cheap early bird price, is only about 65 American, right? Yeah, if you guys want to, see this right here. This is our email address. So if you guys are interested in this stuff, send us an email, please, at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Make sure you give me your decks if you want to get something done, and you want us to give you the price points, or you want to become a Reiki or whatever. Email us here and then say this is Dex from the live, and that way I know your name, and that I can equate it together. And then tell us what you're interested in. If you want to learn Reiki 1, or if you want to learn the defense against the dark arts, we'll send you the invoice for that. And then the times, we can figure out times depending on where you are. We have different times, and then we're even scheduling them. Like I just did a Reiki course for a guy who was in England, so I would start at 5 p.m. my time to 11 o'clock my time at night because that was 6 a.m. over in London, right? So we will do that. So if you want to DM me, brother, send me the email. Tell me who you guys are, and then if you guys are interested, even if you just want like life coaching, spiritual life coaching, that we do that. Okay. We do medium work, right? Reiki healing. If you just want us to heal you and you want us to get, we do that. That's same thing. 125 an hour. If you guys want to do it for 20 minutes, we do it when we're out at the fair, right? We do it for like 30 minutes at a time, 20 minutes at a time. My wife and I can both send some Reiki to you, right? We can do that, right? You just got to, we usually do I think it's $30. We usually do $30 for 20 minutes, right? That's what we do in person. We can go further than that for you guys because if we want to do a whole hour, it's usually 125, but we give you a discount. And it doesn't take, you don't have to have it for a long, long time. Trust me, 20 minutes and you're going to be up for like 3 days. I mean, you're not going to stay awake like you're on crack, but you're going to be walking around. People are going to wonder if you were smoking dope or something or eating edibles because you're going to be like, yeah, bro, this is cool, right? And you'll feel it for like 3 days. We are Reiki masters and we are really good at what we do. And since we came here from a higher plane of existence, we're actually healers that came from source. So we actually have better abilities of the things that we do because of that. So if you guys are interested, thank you. Who was it that did that? Enlightened. Thank you for those. I didn't see that. I don't know how long ago. Well, hopefully that was just a minute ago, right? And you gave me that because y'all gave me that one above that. So thank you. So if you guys are interested in any of our stuff, email us right here, merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Tell us what your handle is here on TikTok and what you're interested in. And we'll send you the information to whatever it is that you're interested in. Okay. And then we can communicate back and forth through that. It's easier than DMs because then if we're going to send you an invoice, we can just send it through the email, right? So it's better to do that. Do you bridge with any of this with quantum physics, mechanics, or have the thoughts on that? Yes, all of that is the same. This is what I talk about when I talk about the creation, that the physics, they don't understand that this is actually the same. Get down from there. Hey, get down from there. Let go of the screen. Sorry, my cat's wanting to go outside and he's trying to reach up and pull the screen door down now because he wants to go outside. Let him his butt out because that way he won't sit there and keep playing with the screen like that. And then we'll continue with that and the quantum mechanics and that kind of stuff. All right, hold on a second. Come on, buddy. You go ahead. So I can go outside and play. Scratch on my screen door. Thank you very much. Okay. So there's so much about reality that actually fits in science, and they don't want to admit it. I was going to be a physicist, and when I was in college, I realized because they were already trying to recruit me at 11 years of age, I realized that when I was in college, they were going to take anything that I gave to them and turn it into a weapon. So I burned all of my notes and I just quit and said, I'm not giving you guys anything. And I was not going to go to work for the deep state. Well, one of my brother's kids is now doing that, and his other one is in college now, and he's also a genius. And I keep working on him. Do not go to work for them. Don't be your brother. His brother is self-serving, and he's doing something for somebody that he had to sign a non-disclosure agreement for, and he can't tell us what he's working on because he said, the day he graduated from Stanford, his father said to him, my brother said, hey, now you can go to work for NASA and work on rockets. And he said, Dad, I fucking hate rockets. And he said, wait a minute, you just went through college so that you could have this degree. And he said, Dad, do you really think that the technology we have is still the rocket engine from Werner von Braun from the 1930s? That's all we still have? He says, no, there's something else. We got cell phones, man. He says, there is a technology that we have that they're not telling anybody about. And that's what I want to learn about. So he got a job working for somebody, and he's got a non-disclosure agreement, and he's doing some upper level stuff that he can't talk about. Okay, so let's talk about the comparison between all of these spiritual ways and the creation stories of the universe itself, and let's compare that to physics and what these atheists who claim there is no God say about the universe itself, right? Let's get into that, guys. I talk about this. I think I even talk about it in my book. Okay, so in the ancient traditions of all of these religions, like the Enuma Elish and other religions, they tell you the Japanese tradition of the creation of the earth, the Hebrew one, before the there was, let there be light one, and the in the Viking one, most of these religions back then, they said there was nothing, and then there was something, right? And then there was a giant, and the giant was either lazy and sleeping or in the way or went cuckoo cuckoo, and we had to unalive that giant. Okay, so in the Enuma Elish, Marduk, who is a god who was sent down into earth and was a human now, he attacks his great grandmother. I think that's who she is on the pantheon. And he has to unalive her, but she's not really unalived. She's just sleeping. And then they created the dome of the sky with the skull. So those were all told in all of those religions. The Japanese, the same. There was a giant was in the way, and they had to unalive him, and they created the dome of the sky out of the giant's head. So we're living inside of a giant's head. Well, the frost giants, I forgot what his name was. He had a weird name. They had to unalive him, and they created the universe out of the giant's head. So we're living inside the mind of a sleeping god. Okay, these are what the stories were originally. Okay, so they said, well, there is no God, and they had to get rid of that because we're in the mind of the in the head, living in the head of a God who is asleep. Okay, so down here today, I tell you truly, this is all happening in the mind of the Creator. You're in the mind of a sleeping God right now in a dream. And this dream to you seems to last for a very long time, but it's only 1 second of real time because there is no time outside of here. So now let's move on from that, right? So who's capitalizing and yelling at me over here? Check out my stories. Is it because you're talking about the same stuff, bro? Is that what you're saying? Jesus loves you. Is that what you're saying? Please stop yelling. My wife would be really angry because you're doing capital letters to get my attention. Please don't do that. So, like the movies, The Guardian of the Galaxy. Yes. Then where do you think they got that idea from? They got that idea from the ancient scrolls. Okay, and they made the movie. They're trying to retell it to you today, so you guys figure out what's going on. That's where they get the best stories come from. All these religions. So they said none of that's real. None of that's real. There is no creator. Science says there's no creator. Okay, so then come forward a little bit to about 6,000 years ago, and everybody starts writing from 10,000, 12,000 years ago down to about 6,000 years ago that the creator, there was nothing, and then there was the creator, and the creator said, "Let there be light." And out of light became life, light and life. Everybody in the ancient times did that, and Matt LaCroix is going to show you that if you watch his stuff. So light first, then light. Okay, so they're saying there was nothing, then there was light, and then light became and created all of life, and that's where the creator came from. So the scientists who are atheists will tell you that there is no God, there was none of that. How did the universe get here? Well, there was nothing, then there was a flash of light, and we call this the Big Bang, where there was an explosion of light and everything comes out of that. Wait, that's what the same one that the religions say. Yeah, they're just guessing. They don't know what they're talking about, but we know. That's what it was. It was this, everything came out of that event, and we're all the way out to here now. And everything expands out of that. Well, but that's what, the creation said in 6,000 years ago in these religions about God. Yeah, but they didn't know what they were talking about. Okay, but they describe it the same way. So is there any physical evidence of that? So then that same God said, as below, so above. Whatever you create on earth, I shall too create in heaven. Right? We know that from the story that Matthew wrote down that Jesus told him that his dad said. So as below, so above. As within, so without. We were created in God's image and we're living in God's head. Okay, none of that has to do with physics, right? So the building blocks and the mathematics, getting back to 3, 6, and 9 and the spiral, when we're talking about the images from Reiki and images from all over the world and the goddess symbol and the spiral, that everything spirals out from the center. Okay, everything spirals out from the center. Weird. Let there be light. And then you can Google this. Go on to YouTube and watch the video of sperm inseminating an egg. And when the sperm goes in and inseminates the egg, guess what happens? There is a spark of light, pow, from nothing, and there's an explosion of light, and then life begins. Wait a minute, hold on a second. So everything that is born, the way we're born, where there's sperm that spermiates an egg, and fertilizes an egg, which is exactly the way everything on this planet is done. Even the pollen that goes in and germinates the same thing. So as below, so above. Science says Big Bang, nothing, explosion of light, and then everything expands out from that. And we know that there's an explosion of light and everything expands out from that, but there can't be a God, and this is all just science. So then science says we found this thing that's a black hole. This black hole seems to be sucking all light and all energy into it. It goes into this place and we don't know where it goes. It goes into another place and we don't have any idea what that is. But then when you look at the flower of life and all of the sacred geometry and how that sacred geometry goes from nothingness to, during that big bang, that let there be light that God said, and then creation comes out of that. In physics, they say that it's the building blocks. And those building blocks, what do? They expand, and they expand exponentially. And weirdly, when you have them expand exponentially and you put them right next to cellular division divides exactly the way the building blocks of the universe divide, according to the guys that say there's no God and that there can't be a creation. Same thing happens weirdly and becomes the flower of life. So how does cell division work again? There's one cell and something goes in there. There's nothingness except for what is that? What is that stuff there? It's just the building blocks of the universe, right? And there's nothing there. Is that the primordial ooze? Is that the I don't know, the bed of ether in the universe? And then there's an explosion of light, and then there's a cell. And that cell, what does that cell do? At some point, that cell starts replicating itself, and it moves everything duplicated from one side and pushes it to the other side, and everything moves over and it starts duplicating itself. And as it's doing that, it's shoving all the energy into one area across the middle, and then the membrane starts to close in on it as it duplicates itself, and it becomes this small little space where energy is pushing through, and it seems like all light and all energy can't escape it, and it's going to the other side, and then it pinches off and it goes bloop, and now it's two identical cells. I'm just saying that seems like the building blocks of the tree of life, and all the stuff that the ancients knew about without any kind of technology that science says they couldn't have known about because they didn't have any technology. But what they're discovering is what those guys already knew. And then you say, where's the proof? Okay, you can go to my podcast or Google this because you can look up images of it. Go to my podcast and go back a ways till you find one of my podcasts on MP4 on YouTube that actually plays the opening credits, and you hear the music playing and you see the visuals, and you will see me putting all of the visuals together that show you the building blocks of the universe and how it's all weirdly spiraled everywhere in the universe. And one of those images is going to show you one picture, two pictures on one screen. It's going to be one single brain cell next to a picture of the universe, and they're identical. Wait a minute, what? One brain cell from a human is a picture of the universe. It's identical. The only difference is the universe has more neural pathways, but it's identical. As below, so above, as within, so without. Building blocks of the universe. Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, physical flesh. What is that? It's a carbon-based unit. What is that? Well, if you change the words to let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, it is a human number, and its number is 666. That doesn't mean shit, except for, well, it's the devil's number. It means the devil. But they're saying the beast, not the devil. They're saying the beast. What is the beast? Wait, if you go back for a couple of translations, you find out that let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast, for it is the number of man. And its number is 666, the number of man. So man, physicality, is 666. Well, what does that mean? Well, weirdly, in science, I'm a carbon-based unit, and so are you. This is a carbon-based area, and that's made up of stardust. And you know what that is? It's made up of particles. What are those particles? 6 neutrons, 6 protons, and 6 electrons. 666, the number of the beast. What the fuck, right? Six protons, you knew it, didn't you? Who is that? Who is that? Cross out. Six neutrons, six protons, six electrons. Yes, 666. You knew it and you typed it up, didn't you? Okay, carbon is the frequency band where we are in right now, Jack. That's right, Jack. We're going to move to silica. That's what if carbon will transform into silicone structures when we crystallize. Am I right? The next evolution of carbon is crystalline. Do you know that, right? So we are going to become what? Light energy beings, crystalline. That's where the next level goes. Okay. Right? Well, yeah, see then yeah, Isaiah, there is no God besides me. That is correct. That is the creator of the universe. That is who you are, that is who I am, that is who we all are. And every religion was teaching you that. And science is catching up to it. Science is starting to realize that all of those spiritual ways from the way back before they were controlled by humans and turned into a warlike religion, because religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. That's a quote from my book that we're actually going to be making t-shirts of, because enough of you keep asking, do you guys have any t-shirts? Because I have one that I wear when I go out to the fairs. On the front it says the reality about reality returning to the old ways, the name of my book. On my back it says religion recruits you, spirituality waits for you to find it. And people said, wait, do you have those shirts? We're going to start making them, and that way we can send them to you guys. We can sell them to you guys. Okay. I need Jerusalem will come down to the earth from space, not from space. Jerusalem, the new heaven and the new earth, is not going to come down from the heavens on a spaceship to come down and land on earth. The new heaven is going to be created on the new earth as the new heaven and the new earth, because God said, what you sow on earth, I shall too sow in heaven. You, me, the people. What you reap on heaven, I shall too reap in heaven. What you reap in earth, I shall too reap in heaven. That means we are going to create the new heaven and the new earth, my friend. New heaven and new earth is not coming from a spaceship. It's not coming down from a place that you call heaven. It's coming from this place that you called heaven, because this place inside of here is the heaved up place that you get the word heaven from, the old religions, from the old spirituality that was translated and mistranslated and changed so that you wouldn't know the words. When Jesus said the way to heaven is through me, he wasn't saying you have to walk through my body, was he? He was saying you have to follow me. And what was that? There was a way he was teaching, a way. That wasn't called Christianity. That was invented by Constantine in the year 325. The way that Jesus was teaching was a way that he was telling you that you could treat yourself by looking within yourself, treat yourself like the temple that you are, and ascend to heaven by doing so. He wasn't saying, wait here, I'm going to get a car, I'll be back. He was saying, this is how you get out of here. All you have to do is follow my way. Okay. So the Melchizedek, who thinks that he has all of his memory, and he can't, because otherwise he would know that I'm talking about, is telling you that this man doesn't know what he's talking about. So Melchizedek, tell me what your credentials are. Let's play the credential game of what's going on Earth, and then let's see you lie and say that you are this and you are that. Okay. So, so you can believe what you want. The earth is hell, and the future after death is defeated. Oh, okay. So you're one of those people who is evil, and you think that your evil is a God who's in charge of the universe. So, brother, you can sit here and play your game as long as you want, but you can't get out of here until you change that, right? Change your algorithm, and your focus determines your reality, right? The earth gets cast into a lake of fire. No, it's not true, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. Okay, you really don't. You're in 3D and you're believing that evil is in control, and that evil is strong, and evil is actually weak. Evil is weak minded. Evil is egoic, and you can't help yourself if you're evil. Okay, because that is what the ego is. So the earth is not a lake of fire. The earth is beautiful, and the earth is this is within you, and heaven is within you. Okay, there is none of that. Yeah, there's none of that evil stuff, right? Baal worship is real. Yeah, some people do worship that stuff. No, it's not. Well, you can believe whatever you want, bro. I'm not here to save you. Heaven is space. No, it's not, bro. Heaven is within you. Heaven is a place because you're in the mind of the Creator. You don't exist. I don't exist. All of this doesn't exist. It just thinks it does. You're just inside the mind of the Creator, my friend. Heaven is not another dimension. No, it's not. Heaven is not a dimension. Heaven is a density that is non physical. Dimensionality is this place, and I am not this dimension. Neither are you. I am a light being. I am an immortal being of energy that is part of the Creator, and so are you. Right? You don't get to change the definition of heaven. Um, my friend, are you saying that you rule the definition of heaven? You don't know what you're talking about. There is no one in charge there. That caste system of who is in control of what is down here in this place only. Let's look at the religion and find out if there's a place in the religion that says that. Matthew. You can read in Matthew where Jesus said to Matthew, I tell you truly that God said that what you sow in heaven, or what you sow in earth, I shall too sow in heaven. What you reap on earth, I shall too reap in heaven. This says, as below, so above. What we do is what God will respond to, not the other way around, my friend. You're stuck in a context of your caste system where you think that evil's in charge and this place is evil, and it's not. It is for you because that's all you can see. Okay. Heaven comes without observation. Heaven comes because that's just what you do, right? So you will be blocked for lying now. Okay, you can block me, my friend. Really, you can have a nice day and be blocked, right? So I'll be blocked for lying, and so he doesn't have to ever see me again. I'm sorry that you feel that way, bro, but I'll see you after, okay? Okay, so let's get back to the adult conversation. Anybody else have anything that they want to learn about you do not tell me what heaven is. Sorry, bro, but I'm from there, right? What is that? Of you're here to learn something and listen. Oh, he already bounced. He blocked us, babe. He's probably not here anymore. He said, I'm going to get blocked for lying now. So he can stay in his little box as long as he wants, right? Okay, so if you guys have any other questions, please ask me your questions, and we'll continue with the adult conversation now that the children are out of the way, believing what they want to and believing that they're in charge and that you don't have a choice and you're not free and you can't change what heaven is because I say so. I'm not the one who said that. That's what God said. God said that in the Bible. Not that's just that Bible. Let's go to the other ones where the same thing is there for you to see. Lunar moon is a 3-3 portal. Everything is a portal, my friend, because none of this is real. That's what you're supposed to realize. It is a portal because the lunar is supposed to be the feminine and the solar is the sun, and that's the masculine. That's the light and the life. So everything is a portal if you understand the light and the life, which is the light and the darkness, which is the dichotomy between your energies of masculine and feminine, kundalini, kunda buffer. It's in every religion telling you that. So the moon itself isn't a portal that you fly to. You don't get in a ship and fly to the moon and then transport to another place. What the moon represents as the sacred feminine, and the nighttime to the daytime represents the underworld or the internalized world. Everyone thinks the underworld means the evil place because the evil people took control of it and told you that so you wouldn't look inside yourself. Okay. So the moon is a portal because it's internalization. It's the physical or the astral plane to the physical. The physical plane is the spiritual. The light is the masculine energy, and then the darkness is the internalization or the upper three chakras, which is the moon, the feminine. Do you see? Masculine is this place, this physicality. That's the beast, the number of the beast, this physical plane, bottom three chakras. Upper three chakras, moon, feminine, love, caring, wisdom, right? So you're absolutely right. The moon is a 3-3 portal because it is in physicality, and the 3 energy is physicality. The 6 energy is the spiritual, and the 9 energy is the God energy, which encompasses both the Higgs boson, which is the heart. So 3 is physical, 6 is astral, and 9, there's your 3, 6, and 9. And 9 is the totality. That's the Vesica Pisces. That's the triple toroidal field that you are, that I am, and that everything in the universe is, including the earth. Okay, you have the lower physical plane, the upper spiritual light, light and life. Okay, upper spiritual light body, plane, upper three chakras, physicality, beast, physical plane, tree of life, flesh, heart, creation, controlling both, hex boson, the nine particle, right? So you have completion T, yes, completion, oneness, true heaven is within. To look within is to look without. To look into the underworld takes you to the heaven world because that's the heaved up place. That's the spiritual plane, the I am. I am a being. I am the light being. I am the holy and the spirit, the forever lasting energy, right? Or you can believe what the guy who calls himself Melchizedek, which he doesn't even have he thinks he has that title, calls himself Melchizedek because the guy Melchizedek on earth, let me tell you, is the etymology of that guy. He probably doesn't even know what he's talking about. There was a man called Melchizedek, and they gave him the title. They call that a Melchizedek, who's somebody who remembers who they were all the way back to the Creator. I am a Melchizedek because I remember every lifetime I've ever had. I remember the creation. But I don't go by that. I don't take that title because a title is one of these third dimensional constructs. I hate titles. I didn't even like the title of teacher or anything like that. Okay. And people keep telling me that I need to allow people to do that. I hate titles, right? They're annoying, right? Any info about automatic writing. Automatic writing is a thing. You can't have AI do it because AI doesn't have a soul. Everybody keeps wanting AI to channel God, channel aliens. You have to have a soul to be able to channel. You can't channel things when you're AI, but you as an individual can because you have an immortal soul. You have an immortal ability. That is that you are part of the creator, not part of the creation. So you can channel your higher self, or you can channel your guides, and you can actually do automatic writing if you want. Okay, I know many people that have done it, and I've taught people how to do it. You just have to allow yourself, like I'm channeling my higher self right now. Okay, I have been talking to you the entire time as Kelto. That is not the physical body that is Leonard O'Neill. This is the name of the physical body down here. I'm the one who needs the cash. Kelto is the immortal spirit that goes all the way back to next to God. Okay. So I can channel from there and write things down like I'm doing now to you when I'm talking. You can do the same. If you want, you can learn to do that and you can just let yourself write and you will do that and you'll write shit down. You'll look down and go, holy crap, that's cool, man. You can do that if you want, right? Do you believe that we've been to the moon? Well, yeah, we've been everywhere. The moon was created by us. Yeah. Or if you're asking humans like the Americans when they went there in the 60s, the first time they went there was fake. They faked all that. They were just trying to get there as fast as possible. Since then, they went back. They had to get there. So they tried as hard as they could to make sure they got there so they could plant a flag up there. So if anybody else gets there, they'll see the American flag. But the first one, I think the first one was faked. I think they filmed that and pretended they went there and they didn't really go there. But we've been there since. There's a breakaway society. You guys need to watch the documentary called Above Majestic. There's a breakaway society out there that they have technology that you have no idea that they have, that they've already had for a long time, the technology to fly in space, and we've been all over the place. Watch that documentary, you'll see what I'm talking about. What about the Battle of Middle East and the prophecies? There's a lot of prophecies. They want you to believe that they want you to believe the prophecies that they've been trying to tell you for a long time, that we're getting close to the end of the everything. Hi baby. And they want you to believe that because they want you to become unalived. They need to get rid of a bunch of people like me who are telling you stories about the truth about what's going on and the reality around here because they don't want you to wake up. So there's too many of us that are awake. So the prophecies that they're trying to get you to believe is that the third world war is going to start and we're all going to become unalived. And that's bullshit. And it's not going to happen because people like me came here to get rid of that prophecy, and it's gone and it's so far away. They're desperate to get you to believe it. So when you watch legacy news media, they just can't wait to get you believing it, man. They need to get it started no matter what. Don't let them do that. They're not going to do it. They can't do it. You have to manifest it. That's what they do. They know what I know. Your focus determines your reality. Okay. And all of your collective focus together, your collective consciousness Focus is your reality. Right now, they're in control of the collective consciousness, and they're telling you they're in charge. They own everything. They own you, and you need money for everything. And oh, by the way, they own it all. So all the money that you give out to everything for everything that you have filters up to them because they're in charge and they want you to believe that. As long as you believe that, then you will be in this place where you have to keep paying them money. While you're here, they need you to believe that they are the strongest power in the universe. So there can't be a God, there can't be spirituality, there can't be anything besides them, or you won't listen to them. Okay? So they can't have you believing me, because if you believe me, you're going to start thinking for yourself. And when you start critically thinking for yourself, guess what happens? You start realizing they're lying about everything. And then they can't control your mind anymore. And then guess what happens? They lose their power and their control over you. So they need to have as many people become unalived as fast as possible so that they can get people like me to have to recycle. So it buys them 20 years of time to re-brainwash everybody to believe that they're in charge and that none of this stuff exists anymore. But they can't do it anymore because their time is over. They don't know it. They won't want to believe it and they're fighting against it, but their time is over. That is why I am speaking to you, and the people like me are speaking to you, because we came from a higher plane of existence that they have no power over, that they cannot control, and we came here to fix you so that you guys can leave. So there is no prophecy that's going to happen except for the prophecy that we tell you. And that's the one where the new heaven and the new earth is going to be created. And you're moving into a utopian society because that is where you're supposed to be. And they're desperate to keep a hold of your attention at all cost to make you believe that what they're telling you is real. There is no God. Wait here if you believe in one, because he's coming back with a truck. And that they're the most powerful beings in the entire universe. And that if you do believe in a God, there's also a devil who's equal to your God, and that's our God. And he's equal and he's in charge down here. So get out of the way or we'll come crush you. Because they're liars, they're thieves, and their entire power needs you to believe them. Do you understand that? Your entire power needs, entire power needs you to believe them and be afraid of them. The second you're not afraid of them, they lose power because they have none. They only have power over you if you think they do. Okay? The second that you all wake up and go, yeah, no, is the last time they can do that. But your fear of being alone and being the only one doing it is what's keeping everybody from standing up. Okay. And that's part of leadership. If you've ever taken a leadership course of any kind, they teach you that. If any of you have ever been knighted and you've gone through a knighting ceremony, or if you watch it like in the movie The Kingdom of Heaven, where they have that going on, they teach you that in there. Okay. You have to stand up and you have to speak the truth no matter what it leads to, even if it leads to your unaliving. Okay. That's who you have to become. You have to realize I am. That's why they can't have you doing that. Because if you realize that you are an immortal soul, I am immortal, I am an energy being, this is temporary, this is not real, then they can't control you because their only threat is your life. We will lock you up and we will beat you and we will torture you and then we will unalive you. And then you're going to be gone forever and never come back. And if you believe that, you will cower to them every single time. The second you realize I am immortal and they can only touch this body, and I'll just come right back and I'll start all over and they won't know who I am and I'll be hidden for 20 years. And then guess what? I'm back doing my job. And that's what we've been doing for thousands and thousands of years, over and over again. People go, aren't you worried about the men in black? I'm not afraid of them. What are they going to do? They're going to show up over here and unalive me? Then they're not going to know where I am, because I'm going to start a new life over and I'm going to come in and get inseminated somewhere else on the world, and I'm going to be reborn again, and I'm going to wake up without their knowledge of who I am or where I am at. And then I'm going to do this all over again. I'm going to pop up and go, howdy, I'm back. And they're going to go, crap, he's here again. And meanwhile, more and more of you are going to wake up each time I do it, because that's how the game is won. Because we play the long game, my friend, and that's what we're here for. Okay? So you see what my wife is saying in the audience, right? Brooke O'Neill, that's my wife. She's over there saying stuff, right? Right? They can't stop. That's right. They can't stop the inevitable. Okay. We are already past the point of them being able to stop me, because otherwise I wouldn't be telling you this, because they would be not allowing it. Okay. So guys like that little chipper guy that came in screaming with the Melchizedek name that you can't do that and the world's going in a lake of fire and blah, brimstone, and we don't need no book learning in here, no how, boy. That guy is still going to be here when you're not. And he's going to be one of the people that's going to think it's a Mandela effect that I ever existed. And he's going to think it's this Mandela effect. And we were never in a place where evil people were in charge of everything. That's a Mandela effect. You guys are just remembering that wrong. It's always been this way. It's a beautiful world. You guys are just tripping. I can't wait for that to happen. I'm going to laugh when that happens, when all of a sudden everything's going to be beautiful and we're not going to need anything. That's going to happen soon. And then some of you are going to go, I don't remember what you're talking about, bro. And I'm going to go, that's okay. You don't need to. You're welcome. And you won't know it, and you can still choose not to believe that I am who I am. I don't care. I didn't come here because I need people to believe me. We came here, all of us who came to help you, came to help you because you needed it, because it's the right thing to do. Okay. After this, you guys can continue on your way. You'll remember who we are after you realize I am not this pain body. I am a light energy being. I am an immortal light energy being, and I am not this. And then when you go to the next level and you still remember who you are, you're going to remember people like me who helped you. And some of you, when you get to a level where you can also descend to come back to help people like this, 10% of you will return to help people like this, because people like me did it for you and people like me did it for me. Okay. And that's how it works. All right. So yeah, if you guys are looking at, if you guys want to do the defense against the dark arts, my wife is putting it in the chat right there and pinning it for you. Defense against the dark arts. Literally 8 hours of me telling you this crap. 2 days, 4 hours a day of me telling you how to defend yourself against all of this dark arts that are keeping you stuck here, so that you are no longer stuck here, so that you can think for yourself. 88 Australian dollars, defense against the dark arts. Email us right here at Merlin and Maeve at gmail.com. 88 Australian dollars, that's about 65 American, right? Yeah. Right. For 8 hours of life coaching, if you were going to book me for 8 hours of talking to you like this, giving you this free information, it would cost you $1,200 for you to do that. Okay. And you can get it right there for $88 and have like uncensored amount of questions to ask me, person on person. Okay. There might be like 3 other people in the class with you, but you're going to have plenty of time to just ask me questions with your voice. Unless you don't want to, then you can still type. Okay. And I'm going to give you the information on how to defend yourself, how to wake up, how to know and identify all this negative stuff that's being done to you, and what you can do to keep that away from you, so that you can think straight, so that you can fix yourself, so that you can wake up, so they can't do it to you anymore. Everyone in the world should be learning that class before they're 10. Swear to you. If everybody in the world learned the defense against the dark arts before they were 10 years old, we would not be in this fix that we are in today. This place would be free and I wouldn't have to be here. That is what they don't want you to learn, that course right there, because that helps you to identify and take care of everything in the literally energy vampires, propaganda, you name it, spells, even hexes, voodoo, not to mention evil spirits, not to mention demons, not to mention everything you can imagine. Trust me. 8 hours, I'm going to talk to you about it. Then 8 more hours, I'm going to help you fix it. And then you can write it down. You can record it if you need to. You can sit there and take notes, ask me questions. You're going to get 8 hours to pick my brain for only $88. For 1 hour to do that one-on-one would cost you $120 for 1 hour. You're going to get 4 hours one day and 4 hours the next day. Okay. If you guys are interested in that, email us at merlinandmaeve@gmail.com. Tell us you want to learn the Defense Against the Dark Arts course. You want to learn when, you want to get into that. Tell us your handle so we know who you are on TikTok. Otherwise, we just see a name and we don't know who you are. So tell us who you are on TikTok, and then we'll send you the invoice for that. We'll tell you what the dates are where we're doing those classes. We'll find out when you can get in. We also change classes if we have to. I did that with the guy over in England because he couldn't do the night class because we do it in our morning in Australia. We're GMT plus 11. So it would have been 10 o'clock at night in London. And we said, well, what about your 6 a.m., which is our 5 p.m.? So it would be right now because right now it's almost 8 o'clock over here, p.m. for us. Your tomorrow, unless you're in England, right? And then we did the course that way for Reiki. We'll do the same thing with the Defense Against the Dark Arts. So if you're in a place, if you're in the Americas, it makes it easy because I can do you in the morning because you'll be your afternoon and evening. If you're in the UK, if you like to stay up late, I can do the same thing. If you're an early morning riser, we can do it the same thing. It's just my night. Okay. All right, guys, I got to get off here because my wife is home. I was supposed to already be done. I didn't realize she was on her way until she was here. I was supposed to be done and heated up dinner so that we can have some dinner and go to bed because it is now almost 8 o'clock. So we'll be going to bed in an hour or two to get up in the morning and do this all over again. I love you guys. Please follow us. Hit that bell when we go live so you can ask some more questions. Think about all the skills that we teach. If you want more information about the stuff, email us. Tell us your name on TikTok in the email and say what you're interested in learning. Even if you just want to know what all of our price points are, we'll send you that information. Okay. And then we can go from there. Whatever you guys want to figure out, we'll go from there. Okay. All right. I love you guys. Like my wife always says, right? Stay frosty, question everything. Wait, how do you say it? You say stay curious, question everything. Okay. Stay curious, question everything, because if you question everything, that's the beginning of the end of their control over you. Thinking for yourself and critical thinking is not what they want you to do. All right, guys, I love you.
Thank you for your support, guys. We appreciate you a lot.
Love you guys. I'll see you guys next time. And if I don't ever see you again, I'll see you after, right?